Kick him out. Kick him out. Get out of there. Get out of there. No, not like this. This don't look good, but that's her 100%. Why she can't put it out? I guess you should probably check inside of this. You know, they know. If it is supposed to, if it is raining there, everyone if it's supposed to rain there, yeah, blue looks nice, yeah. We're waiting over there. They're not coming down. We gotta hit the siren, right? Look. We gotta hit the siren, right? Look. I made a mistake not leaving the ladder. Yeah, I got you good.
Yeah, you don't know.
Captain, I need another one with you with her, with that son.
Oh, of course.
Oh, yeah. I got it. Everyone, pull back.
Thank you. I said like 90 million. It makes so much.
No, of course.
Thank you. My daughter got a picture.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, love. Thank you.
Instructions, okay? Okay, we're ready for the jury. Thank you. You can be seated. Thank you. When the lawyers make their closing arguments, the court will refer to the testimony and the other evidence that you will have heard. But what the lawyer election as 7 jurors of what the evidence in the case was, you rely on your independent recollection of what the evidence in the case was to seal the names of the jurors for a year, which is different. You'll be able to take these with respect to the instructions that I'm about to give you. You may note that some of them are numbered and some of them are lettered at the top, and that the numbers and letters do not necessarily follow in any sequence or any order, even be missing, but just you decide this case fairly and impartially. You are to perform this duty without bias. System of law does not permit jurors to be governed by sympathy, prejudice, just verdict, regardless of the consequences. You are their opportunity for knowing the truth and fully as to any material fact in the case, as you think proper. You are to your verdict in any way upon sympathy, bias, these instructions. With respect to plaintiff John C. Depp, any of the following statements. A. Amber Heard, I spoke up against the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out, imply or insinuate anything about Mr. Depp. Number 5 are the implications of Mr. Depp's damages. On these issues, Mr. Depp has the burden of proof. This case are summarized below, depending on their needs. They have selected by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist. And number 3, were any of the statements seen by someone as the amount of Ms. Heard's damages? Information about the following statement. Number 2, the statement was about Mr. Depp. And number 6, due to the circumstances surrounding the public abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath. Number 5, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard, proved by clear and convincing evidence. Number 7, that you shall only of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused. And number 5, the defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard, proved by clear and convincing evidence. Number 7, that statement. Mr. Depp made or published the following statement. Amber Heard and her sword, inflicting them on the proved by clear and convincing evidence. You shall only return your verdict for Ms. Heard on her claim for defamation about the following statement. Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set up Mr. Depp up by calling damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little. Or 3, the statement was seen by someone other than Ms. Heard. By the greater weight of, if preponderance of the evidence, means the proving any issue by clear and convincing evidence, he or she must produce a nonetheless suggested defamatory meaning in an indirect way, that is, by. You should consider if these circumstances show must be reasonably drawn from the words. Means you may not seize on any one word, phrase, context as a whole. This means you may not seize on any one word, phrase, or image, or consider only one particular statement, phrase, or passage. To meet this burden, each party must prove by clear and convincing evidence, that is, with a high degree of awareness, that the statement was probably false at the time of its publication, then it does not give is not established merely because an author was motivated, including the headline through a tweet on December 19, 2000. Speaker has affirmatively reiterated the statement, but adding content to a linked article constitutes a republication. New audience, it constitutes a republication. Further, if you find a republication malice, power or right of a principal malice, power or right of a principal to control the means and method incidental to control the purpose for which he was retained. Ms. Heard has the burden of proving by the greater weight of the. You must remember that there is no burden on either party to prove the truth of any of the statements. Both parties were statements he or she complains of are false. Witnesses who, by education and experience, have become expert in. You should consider each expert opinion received in evidence in this case and give it such weight as you the opinion are not sound, or if you feel that it is outweighed by other evidence of the witnesses, their actions upon the witness stand, the weight and process of the reasoning or observation of the matters about which they testify, and he or she arrived at it, and the underlying fact in his or her field of expertise. This evidence is other evidence in the case, which you find to have been proven such reasonable inferences as. You should give this testimony the same. One of the parties testifies unequivocally in conflict with his or her own testimony or clarification made elsewhere in his or her testimony. If you believe from the case that a witness, other than the witness's credibility, it is not evidence that what the witness previous trial, that previous statement, sometimes attorneys stated objections during the course of this trial and made. You must not consider any matter that in arriving at your verdict. If you personally take into consideration all the pocket losses that were caused by the statements, Mr. Depp cannot were published. The burden is on the party seeking exact amount of damages, but the party must, if you have found by clear and convincing, the party must show, if you have found by clear and convincing evidence that you may award punitive damages to punish punitive damages. If you have awareness that the statements were probably false, then you allow as compensatory damages, if any, in the amount you allow as punitive damages. All right.
On May 27th, 2016, so ruined his life. 7th, 2022. Exactly 6 years, Heard said he. Mr. Depp and all my colleagues at Brown Rednick, I want lenient for you to be here every day, and we are so grateful for your time. Weeks of sitting in this courtroom, listening to testimony and looking at evidence. He was accused of a heinous crime, and the light board, they knew exactly where she would pause, which side of her face. They knew exactly where she would pause, which side of her face photograph. And the multiple witnesses you heard from who saw her that week of May 21st. Ms. Heard presented herself to the world as her ex-husband of such a heinous crime, who she was referring to. She inserted Mr. Depp as the villain, this time in full swing of the sit in fact. There is an abuser in this courtroom. That this trial has shown that Ms. Heard is in fact the abuser. Mr. Depp experienced persistent verbal, physical, and greatest and cruelest injury of all. Face her, the jury, and the world that he.
See what the jury and judge or side with you.
We made promises to you about what the evidence would. She is a deeply troubled person, cruel. You times uncontrollable and explosive anger. These disorders will suffer from dramatically fluctuating moods, an emotional roller coaster with incredibly aggressive, violent, and cruel. You heard that even Farage's heard evidence from Dr. Curry.
I'm still speaking.
Calling him a monster for doing so. calling him a monster for doing so. You heard from witnesses like Travis McGivern, that tried to separate himself from the fight. And you heard from Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's couple therapist, Dr. Anderson, that Ms. Heard would physically attack him, including one of the most serious occasions when Ms. Heard threw a vodka bottle at Mr. Depp, severely injuring his finger. One of the most serious occasions when Ms. Heard threw a vodka bottle at Mr. Depp, severely injuring his finger, and then put a cigarette out on his face. You heard from Mr. Depp that this whole incident in Australia started after getting married. She does. She wouldn't stop.
Before it gets worse. In Australia, 2 bedrooms I went to.
Escape the solution.
In Australia, 2 bedrooms I went to.
Escape the solution.
No.
Escape.
He went through something like a nervous breakdown right back to him. You heard from Mr. Depp's security, Sean Bett, who was aware of constant that he saw and documented injuries on. And you heard from Travis McGivern, who testified that Ms. Heard called Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard would take Mr. Depp, spat at him, and ultimately throw things at Mr. Depp. A cigarette. You also heard from Ms. Roberts that she witnessed Ms. Heard clawing and grabbing at Mr. Depp.
And then you fucking... For punching me in the jaw.
I didn't. Okay.
You heard her admit it again and claim Mr. Depp was a baby.
Hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have...
Motion of my actual hand. Motion of my actual hand was. But you're fine. I did not hurt between me and you. You're a fucking baby. You did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what?
I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across on that recording. Let's play one more.
Too much to play.
No, I'm sure she's...
I play bass. The Stones is
No,
fucking
you're
trash.
right. I don't. It's all about performance.
I
What
know.
else are you? Oh, come on.
don't
Be
regret.
word.
No, I
Come
don't
on.
regret.
Lay it on me. I want
Get out your Ubers out.
Gone away. Go be a real married man. Go deal with your shit the way that.
The one in the audio recordings, not the one you both parties. Is Mr. Depp ever admitting to hitting, punching, and despite the fact that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard are heard discussing many of the alleged incidents you've heard about at this trial, like our sexual assault. Unlike Mr. Depp, who you heard admit that she has ever done anything wrong. But she cannot deny what you heard on those recordings. As much as Ms. Heard and her lawyers have tried to make this case, it is Ms. Heard that repeatedly admits to violence. By April, finances were a mess. And when he showed up late to Ms. Heard's 30th birthday party because of a meeting with his new business manager, Edward White, she was furious. You heard from Mr. Depp both in this courtroom and on audio recordings, that Ms. Heard punched him that evening and that someone had left feces on his bed. Ms. Heard denies responsibility, but she admitted to the prank to Starling Jenkins. You heard him testify to that effect. For almost a month after that, they didn't see each other. And you heard from Mr. Depp. And when Ms. Heard learned that Mr. Depp was done, heard from Mr. Depp's divorce lawyer, Laura Wasser, Ms. Heard sent a letter demanding financial support. Divorce lawyer, Laura Wasser, Ms. Heard sent a letter, physical blow she had ever in front of paparazzi with a mark on her face. The evidence presented at this trial demonstrates that Ms. Heard with a mark on her face. The evidence presented denied alerting TMZ to the TRO filing in this courtroom. She would pause for paparazzi, who got the photos that ended up splashed across newspapers and magazines. Photographs of her apparent injuries to People magazine. With $7 million without any tax liabilities, which she said she was donating to 2 charities. They got less than $1 million from her. And the Children's Hospital, they got $250,000. Everything, because remember, she wanted nothing. And she had donated every perjury that she had donated. Ms. Heard tried to tell you that pledge and donate means you've heard contested evidence that she had the money for 13 months after month to fulfill her pledge and actually, that's a blatant lie. It was Ms. Heard who fired the months before the op-ed was even published and 6 months before Mr. Depp filed the charges. It contradicts her narrative that she just wants to move on with her life, that she just wants Mr. Depp to leave her alone. Lies. That is upon lies.
And actually were all kinds of accusations flying your $1 million. People were saying this is all about money, but then you did something that twisted that whole argument. What did you do with that money?
I split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is a human rights organization.
Sorry, ACLU is a prominent, it's called the American Civil Liberties Union, and they split it between the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
ACLU is
American Civil Liberties Union, and they work on behalf of marginalized. I wanted nothing.
Giant lie at the heart of this case. Ms. Heard's claim, at the start of this case, Mr. Chu and I told you that you were going to hear some. We told you that this would be a performance, the role of her lifetime. In this case for defamation, Ms. Heard went all in. She spun a story of shocking, overwhelming, and she gave it. Ms. Heard's acting coach, Christina Sexton, testified. Ms. Heard sobbing without tears, while enduring that abuse. It was a performance. She told an abuser and a rapist. She wants you to believe that she was abused countless times. Countless times. The entire course of their relationship. But as Mr. Chu and I promised you, the evidence just does not bear that out. Ms. Heard has told you that she has mounted, but there are no medical records reflecting she sustained any injuries from the abuse she claims. Ms. Heard had medical professionals, her own nurse, Erin Filati, and yet there's nothing. Ms. Heard took pictures all the time. Pictures of Mr. Depp's sleep. Pictures of property damage, pictures of herself, and as Ms. Heard describes. Ms. Heard also took audio recordings and videos frequently. Where are the audio recordings of Mr. Depp admitting to or apologizing for physical abuse? There are none. What Ms. Heard has, cabinets around in a kitchen. A video that, based on the testimony you heard from most, in connection with her divorce from Mr. Depp. Sure, Ms. Heard can point to text messages where Mr. Depp is apologizing to her, but never where Mr. Depp says sorry for, quote, my behavior insults. Mr. Depp is apologizing for audio recordings. You have never heard that from Mr. Depp because Ms. Heard told you that Mr. Depp started abusing her right from the very beginning of her relationship, starting at the beginning of 2012. Different to having spent a year of bliss with Mr. Depp before he ever laid a hand on her. And now, in this courtroom, of magic. She wants you to believe that instead of hitting her after a year of magic, Mr. Depp was hitting her immediately. About repeatedly in the past apparently never happened. And with the good hasta la muerte, until death, to the Ms. Heard admitted to you during this trial that Mr. Depp always wears big, chunky rings on every finger. According to her, he was wearing these rings when face. But you have not seen a single. Ms. Heard testified to an incident in March 2013 when Mr. Depp whacked her in the face and gave her a bloody nose. 2014, when Mr. Depp supposedly whacked Ms. Heard in the face. But photographs were taken of her the following night, and there were in January 2015, while she and Mr. Depp were in Tokyo. Mr. Depp knelt on her back so aggressively that she was concerned that while she and Mr. Depp were in Tokyo, Mr. Depp knelt on her back so aggressively. Ms. Assault was allegedly so violent that there was blood left, and in that picture, the bloody pillows. On the James Corden show the next day, Heard's own nurse, Erin Filati, that she saw her a day or two afterwards and could not visualize this alleged incident. But are the injuries reflected in these photographs, or are these injuries attacking him? Heard spun a story of horror. Bending her back over a counter and raping her with a whiskey bottle. Sexual assault. The next, her alleged injuries, or the property damage she arrived to extract Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard, and no one, including Ms. He flew home with her to Los Angeles. He did leave for Los Angeles. Ms. Heard asked him why he observed no injuries. And her personal nurse, Dr. Christie, that she also saw Ms. Heard sustainable. Ms. Heard responded that Christie just doesn't add up. That's because there was a monster in that house. This trial shows that it was Ms. Heard. Kipper arrived to treat Mr. Depp's finger. And as Ms. Heard surmised, bottle rape and evidence presented at this trial shows that this is not the only time that assaulted her in the Bahamas, in December, where Ms. Heard chased Ms. First time she disclosed it, attacked Ms. Heard, and almost pushed her sister Whitney down the stairs. The only witness, other than Ms. Heard, who claims to Whitney's, just doesn't square up with the testified that Mr. Depp threw a Red Bull can, that Heard who threw a can at Mr. Depp, and Mr. Depp, when Ms. Heard punched. But you heard from Ms. Lloyd and Dr. Cole a skin graft and a saw causing a visible injury. Mr. has presented in this case. These two photographs is explained within the same second. Haddon and Officer William Gatlin to her face before she showed up domestic violence restraining order against Mr. Depp. Of evidence that Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard. You can't pick and choose which of these wild allegations to believe. With a bottle in Australia, or Kipper, nurses Debbie Lloyd, Morgan Tremaine, officers Melissa Sun. Ms. Heard testified to in this courtroom is the story of far too many women, not Ms. Heard's story. It pulled herself out as a public figure representing domestic abuse. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague and my friend.
Thank you, Camille. Logistics are not our strong suit. To tell you the truth. To tell you the truth. And to finally, after so many years, to correct the real Amber Heard. To correct the record. As Ms. Vasquez said, the real Amber Heard. Scary. We also told you at the start of this trial that the many characters you've seen him play so wonderfully in the movies. You have heard that Mr. Depp came from humble, very difficult beginnings. Depp grew up in a deeply troubled household. Names that Betty Sue called Mr. Depp when he was a little boy was One-Eye. Kids, including young Mr. Depp. Sometimes he and his sister Christy would find a place to hide together, treat it from it. Those are with physical abuse. And despite this long, unhappy, moved his mother to California. And he moved her to Los Angeles, nurses for his mother. He made sure to take care of her and to make her comfortable to the day she died. And from those humble and difficult beginnings, Mr. Depp grew into one of the greatest actors and movie stars of his generation. First love as a young man, planning to be a musician. Music had been a part of his life ever since he found peace himself in his room as a young boy. and he learned to play the guitar and would use it as solace. But it was an actor as his star began its rise, including, of course, his iconic role as Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise. A young man from Kentucky to be thrust into the limelight, pursued by paparazzi, and to have even his very name become a brand. But he did his best, a private, quiet life, and despite it all, and over the years built a reputation as a respected artist. Mr. Depp dated major figures like Winona Ryder, Kate Moss, and their children. Before Amber Heard, ladies and gentlemen, no woman ever before Amber Heard that Mr. Depp raised a hand to her in his 58 years. May 27th, 2016, and repeated it in her December 2018 op-ed, forward since. This is Me Too without any Me Too. To the contrary, ladies and gentlemen, you heard Kate Moss 2 days ago. This is a woman who has never, and that Ms. Heard lied to you, and she lied to you twice when she told you.
Objection, Your Honor. That, Ms. Sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I was saying, Ms. Heard lied to you twice when she suggested Depp pushed Kate Moss down the stairs. You told her, you heard her say just 2 days ago that Mr. Depp, and he never hit her and he never kicked her. That was one of...
Objection, Your Honor. That's not what she testified to.
It's exactly
what
she
discussed
testified.
that.
Overruled. Go at it. Ms. Heard and her lawyers have spent much of this trial talking about drugs and alcohol. Mr. Depp is no saint, and he one. He has made mistakes in his life, as we all have. Yes, he has struggled with drugs and alcohol, but you never heard him deny that. We told you that in the opening statement. He owns his flaws. He admits to them. He told you all of it, and he did not and does not deserve to have his life, his legacy, destroyed by a vicious lie. And this is, there is a world of difference between having substance abuse problems and being a physical abuser. Falsely accused Mr. Depp of beating her. That was her first allegation, and you know why, and you know that wasn't true. Then, years after, first time, she accused him of raping her. Accusations have caused more harm to Mr. Depp than her fists ever did. And Mayor has audio tapes you've heard at this trial, and Ms. Vasquez just played you a few of them. She has admitted repeatedly physically abusing Mr. Depp, and I would just like to take a minute to talk about the harm to Mr. Depp and his family. You have heard from several of the people about the damage Ms. Heard's lies have done to him. You heard from his sister Christy, who told you how hard it has been on his family, and Depp's friend of 4 decades. And that speaks volumes about Mr. Depp. His family had been, quote, completely wrecked, unquote, by Ms. Heard's lies. You heard Mr. Depp testify that he has lost nothing less than everything. Lies. Nothing less than everything. You heard about Mr. Depp's children, Jack and Lily Rose. His children have had to hear this since 2016. And then when that started to die down, they had to hear them again. This time in December 2018, in the Washington Post, which is a national and international publication. And Mr. Depp has had to live with the knowledge that his children will keep hearing those false rumors and statements. Mr. Depp has millions of fans, people who grew up watching him on 21 Jump Street, which is something you heard Miss Heard play to you. Or they grew up watching him play the swashbuckling pirate Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, or Willy Wonka. Mr. Depp means something to those people. And those people mean a lot to Mr. Depp. He's a fond memory from childhood or adolescence or adulthood. And to tarnish him is to destroy him in the eyes of many of these people who will never look at him the same way again. And because of what Ms. Heard did, and because Mr. Depp will go to his grave knowing no matter what he does, no matter the outcome of this trial, there are people who used to look up to him who now believe, which is the worst thing you can say about a man. Beyond the personal and emotional effects of Ms. Heard's lies, their impact on Mr. Depp and his family, the damage she inflicted in career is undeniable. There's an old saying that a good reputation takes a lifetime to build, but only a second to destroy. Depp spent, in fact, a lifetime building his reputation as one of the greatest actors and movie stars of his generation, an iconic figure respected throughout the world. You heard evidence from Jack Wiggum, who was here today, Mr. Depp's agent, who explained that Mr. Depp, quote, was very well regarded and respected by peers in the artistic community, unquote. And you heard further testimony from Mr. Wiggum that Mr. Depp had a deal with Disney to play Captain Jack Sparrow in the 6th movie sequel of the Pirates of the Caribbean franchise for $22.5 million. But of 2018 in the Washington Post, quoting from the testimony you heard on in that time period, unquote. Another quote, it was on the damage, the impact of this op-ed, as opposed to the other stories that you saw, the other publications. Mr. Wiggum explained why this one was so damaging. Quote, it was a first-person account. I mean because it was coming from a first-person account. It was not from a journalist. It was coming from someone observing. It was from someone saying, this happened, unquote. You also heard from Richard Marks, an expert in the inner workings of Hollywood and the entertainment industry, who explained that the impact of Ms. Heard's allocations on Mr. Depp was devastating. It's devastating. It's the type of claim, the Me Too claim of sexual violence, domestic abuse, that has canceled a list of actors, unquote. And Mr. Depp would agree with this, rightfully so. Me Too is an important movement, a movement of abuse, not Ms. Heard. True victims need protection, and true perpetrators need to face the repercussions. In this case, Amber Heard is not a true victim, and Mr. Depp certainly is not an abuser. Again, nobody, Me Too. This is the unique and singular Me Too case where there's not a single Me Too. In fact, to the contrary, Kate Moss, who was in a romantic relationship with Mr. Depp for 3 years, which he broke off, came forward to say, no, he never pushed. And you heard Doug Banya, an expert in internet and social media analytics, testify to the impact that Ms. Heard's allegation that all of the damage done to Mr. Depp's career was because of his own behavior. But that doesn't hold up. Mr. Depp has been a major figure in Hollywood for decades. Yes, Mr. Depp was late to set sometimes. But as Richard Marks testified, Johnny Depp, you get all of Johnny Depp, which includes being late, unquote. Keenan Wyatt, who has worked for decades as a sound engineer on films, said much the same thing. And by the way, Mr. Wyatt is not and never has been an employee of Mr. Depp. He's just worked with him on movies. Canceled by Hollywood because he was sometimes late to set. He was canceled because Ms. Heard falsely accused him of domestic violence of the Washington Post on December 18, 2018, repeating the prior lies of May 17, 2016. December 18, 2018, 2 years after her public allegations of domestic abuse. Ms. Heard's publication of the op-ed, her major movie Aquaman that December, And it coincided as well with the release, with her announcement on Twitter that she was becoming an aide. That op-ed, Ms. Heard repeated her false allegations against Mr. Depp. Now, she didn't mention his name. She didn't have to. Everyone knew exactly who and what Ms. Heard was talking about. Ms. Heard got on the stand and tried to tell you that it was not about Mr. Depp. She then said, well, it wasn't just about Mr. Depp. But she couldn't deny, and this was yesterday, that this was at least partly about Mr. Depp. The op-ed obviously is about Mr. Depp, and the testimony at trial proves that. You will recall testimony from the ACLU's representative stating that Mr. Depp's name was included in drafts of the op-ed, and that they and others understood that the op-ed was about Mr. Depp. The representative testified, among other things, quote, based on my review of prior drafts of the op-ed, I knew that she was. Ms. Heard's claim that the op-ed is not about Mr. Depp is just another one of her many, many lies. In fact, time and time again through the course of this trial is that Ms. Heard lies. She lies all the time about things that are important and the things that aren't important. She just stops. And as Ms. Vasquez said, what she routinely does is she doesn't take ownership or responsibility for anything. And she has an excuse. But in this courtroom, confronted with the evidence, she can't run away from her own, condemned by her own words. So Tom, let's please take a look at the words she used in her op-ed, and which Ms. Heard published in December 2018, 2 years after she first publicly accused Mr. Depp of being. The title of the op-ed reads, as you can see, quote, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change, unquote. Ms. Heard states, quote, then, and below that, Ms. Heard states, quote, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men. Each of those statements clearly refers to Ms. Heard's allegations against Mr. Depp. And taken collectively, their implication about Mr. Depp is clear, i.e. that Ms. Heard is a survivor of domestic abuse and that Mr. Depp is a perpetrator. The context in the rest of the op-ed makes that clear as well. Consider, for instance, this line, quote, imagine a powerful man is like the Titanic. That ship is a huge enterprise. When it strikes an iceberg, there are a lot of people on board desperate to patch up holes, not because they believe in or even their own fates depend upon the enterprise, unquote. Everyone in Hollywood knew, and everyone in this courtroom now knows those words to mean. The ship, the Titanic, is Mr. Depp, and Ms. Heard was the iceberg that sank him. That's precisely what Heard was saying in the op-ed. And in just the same way, everyone in Hollywood knew, and Hollywood and elsewhere knew exactly what Ms. Heard meant by the words, quote, 2 years ago, I began domestic abuse, unquote. That was a clear reference to the day. Vasquez said that was 6 years to the day. That's when his life ended. That was 6 years ago to this day, when Ms. Heard, on May 27, 2016, walked into court with her publicist, Jody Gottlieb, having tipped off TMZ. As always, Ms. Heard was quite mindful of her image. She was careful to portray herself as the innocent representative of abuse survivors, and by implication, Mr. Depp as the perpetrator. She was the woman who, in the words of her title, supposedly, quote, spoke up true to form. She has testified that she didn't write it, and she will argue later that she shouldn't be held liable because she didn't write it. But as the court's instructions, which you make clear, Ms. Heard didn't have to personally write any part of the op-ed. Turn to Plaintiff's Exhibit 3. retweeted the article, including the title on her Twitter page. Ms. Heard put her name on it. And she proudly declared, quote, "Today this op-ed in the Washington Post, ellipses," unquote. Her tweet includes the title with the words, quote, "I spoke up against sexual violence," prominently featured. Nowhere in this tweet or anywhere else does Ms. Heard disavow. At the same time Ms. Heard posted this tweet, she posted another, which you can see right beneath it. Quote, "I'm honored to announce my role as EU ambassador on women's rights," unquote, aggrandizing herself, Mr. Depp. In the wake of the Me Too movement, with her ACLU ambassadorship and a major movie coming up, she was reminding everyone of those allegations. She used her phrase, quote, "a public figure representing abuse." And she was once again cast. When you meet to deliberate this case, you're going to be tasked with several questions. So I would just like to ask you, please, to spend a few minutes with me going through that. Tom, would you please put up the special verdict form so the jury can see it? Some of it's hard to read, so maybe Tom might please blow it up. Oh, thank you very much. You will see here the first page of the verdict form relating to Mr. Depp's claim, one for each of the three defamatory statements many times, but they bear repeating, I promise, just once more here. 1, 2. Then 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out, unquote. I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, unquote. Now, there are 7 questions that you will need to respect to each of those statements. So that's 21. 2, was the statement about Mr. Depp? 3, was the statement false? 4, 5, was the defamatory implication designed and intended by Ms. Heard? 6, was the defamatory implication conveyed to someone other than Depp? 7, did Ms. Heard make the statement knowing it was false or with reckless disregard as to the truth? To those 7 questions are all yes. And if you answer yes to all of those questions, which you should, we respectfully submit, you make the amount of damages to which Mr. Depp is entitled. In the wake of the Me Too movement, movie producers know better than to cast domestic and sexual violence. And it is entirely for Mr. Depp's pain and humiliation. This case, at least for Mr. Depp, is it about punishing Ms. Heard? It is about Mr. Depp's reputation. 6 years to the day. The most important questions for Mr. Depp, the one, and while Tom's pulling that up, let's take question 2. Thank you. 1, when the ACLU during her brief marriage to Johnny Depp, unquote. That's how they, USA Today, quote. That's how they pitched it. And you've seen that. That was an exhibit. Characterized the op-ed, USA Today interpreted it that way, and so did many other publications. They got, Tom, if you would please pull up plaintiff's, and this was expected. This is what they wanted. There had been a lot of press 2 years prior to the publication of the op-ed about abuse against Mr. Depp when she walked into court with her publicist to obtain, and he was already in New York, which he testified and is heading for a European tour. On May 27, 2016, with a purported mark, who and what Ms. Heard was referring to in the op-ed. Were each of the statements false? And did the text of the op-ed itself, and in the broader context of the press coverage of Ms. Heard walking into the court with a mark on her face to obtain a domestic violence in May 2016 clearly imply that you all have heard, and it's come forward in this case, shows that those allegations are false and despicably false. Ms. Heard, he did not sexually abuse Ms. Heard. You've heard audio after audio where Ms. Heard admits that she was physically abusing him. While Mr. Depp's name will be forever tarnished by these horrendous and false allegations, it is about restoring his lost reputation. It's about showing Mr. Depp's children what we're fighting for. And it's about restoring Mr. Depp's name and stand that you can. And you can do something. And only you, ladies and gentlemen, can do that. Outrageous stories on his back, pretty stoically, and living them with them for 6 years and waiting to be truth that pretty embarrassing. He knew that was going to happen when he brought this case. You've seen the evidence in this case over 6 long weeks, which we again thank you for. That evidently that Ms. Heard's attempt to paint herself as a heroic survivor, an innocent survivor, and Mr. Depp as a terrorist. We ask you to please return your verdict for Mr. Depp. We ask you, we implore you to give him his name, his reputation, and his career back. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a break at this time. Again, this case has not been submitted to you yet. We will continue with closing arguments when we come back, so do not discuss the case with yourselves. Don't do any outside. $105? Oh, okay. Okay, sure. Rottenborg?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Does that work? Okay. In trying to convince you that Mr. Depp has carried his burden, think about the message that Mr. Depp and his attorneys are sending to Amber. If you didn't take pictures, it didn't happen. If you did tell your friends, they're part of the hoax. If you didn't seek medical treatment, if you do everything that you can to help your spouse, the person that you build monster, you're a nag. And if you finally discover, that is the message that Mr. Depp. And if you do, he will start a campaign of global humiliation against you. A smear campaign to destroy your career. That is what they're saying, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what they're trying to, because Mr. Depp cannot and will not take responsibility for his own actions. To extend my thanks to you on behalf of Amber and our whole legal team for the care and the diligence with which you have served as jurors in this matter. You've paid attention to every piece of evidence, and I can't even imagine the sacrifice that you've made to witness every piece of evidence, and I can't even imagine the sacrifice that you make, and we thank you very much. Let's pick up where we're here. And much of what you've heard during the course of this trial. Now, we'll talk about Ms. Heard. Does the First Amendment give Ms. Heard the right to write the words that she wrote in this article on December 18th, 2018? And you cannot simultaneously protect and uphold the First Amendment and find in favor of Johnny Depp on his claim. You simply cannot be able to write an article like that in the United States of America without a law that you have to follow. This is the op-ed piece, Operation Room. Read it. Read it again. And I know we focused on it, here and there over the course of the trial, but the vast majority of this trial has not focused on these words, on this piece. The paper edition. There's the online edition as well. Let's try this again. You'll get. And I've been so looking forward to being able to actually explain to you, as the judge read all the instructions to you this morning, it's been kind of unclear. What are you being asked to decide? I find that the statement was about Mr. Depp, and you can decide that in the context, and we're going to look at the statements here. We're going to look at, you can decide that in the context of the article. And I'll statements here. We're going to look at each of the three statements. And in order to win his claim, Mr. Depp has, but you've all heard it, I'm sure, outside the courtroom, which is burden of proof. It is Mr. Depp's burden to prove. He cannot, Ms. Heard wins. If he cannot prove each and every one of them, for all of them except number 7, the burden of proof is greater weight of the evidence. So you weigh the evidence and you decide, has Mr. Depp proven to you the first 6 elements? 7th one, for actual malice, the clear and convincing evidence standard, we'll get to in a few minutes. But this is what he has to prove. And he cannot do that. These are the 3 statements. And I know you may be thinking to yourself, wait a second, don't we have to decide who committed abuse? And the answer is no, you don't have to. Because these 3 statements, you can decide as a matter of law, or as a matter of fact. So the first 2 statements I'm going to address together. Then, 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and I felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak. Number 2, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. When you go back to, you should feel free, like I said, to read the article and think of the article's purpose. The jury instructions also tell you to take these statements in the context of the article. Think about the purpose. The purpose of the article was designed to protect victims of domestic abuse, designed to protect people who did exactly what Ms. Heard did, to speak out. That's apparent on the face of the article. And to do that as someone who had obtained a TRO against Mr. Depp, someone who had accused Mr. Depp of domestic violence. Make no mistake, and Mr. Depp's side keeps saying that 2 years before she wrote this, that Ms. Heard hadn't had anything to do with Mr. Depp. We're not saying that. You heard Ms. Heard herself say, of course, 2 years before I wrote this article, full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out, wrote here, and then chronicling her own experience after that, those words are true. Those words are true. Similarly, the rare vantage point of seeing, based on her own experience, 27th, 2016, how institutions protect men accused of abuse, those words are true, and the First Amendment protects Ms. Heard's right to say them. Now, the third statement is absolutely true as well, because she didn't write it. And as I said, we're not running from the fact that when she discussed becoming a public figure representing domestic abuse, Amber was speaking of her experiences reporting domestic abuse against Johnny Depp. But that doesn't make the article or the statements about Johnny Depp. Think about it. Think about every piece of evidence that you've heard over the last 6 weeks about his abuse, about their relationship. None of it. We all know that it would be a very different article if she had written about what she suffered, that she's told you about over the last 6 weeks. Because he knows the words are true, that the words now have a defamatory implication. He says the statements are the same as saying, he has to show you defamatory meaning that he suggests. Just because people might read the article and remember, oh yeah, Amber Heard used to be married to Johnny Depp, and she accused him of abuse, that doesn't be designed and intended defamatory implications in writing about herself. And think about it. If Mr. Depp is right, then virtually any statement that anyone could have that implies anything, implies any involvement with any other person, could be defamatory. And that's clearly not what the First Amendment intends. She didn't design and intend the equivalent of writing Johnny Depp abused me. And you don't have to take her words for it. You can take the words of Terrence Doherty of the ACLU. He said that the op-ed wasn't even Ms. Heard's idea. Care was taken in drafting the article so as not to make it about Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard's relationship with him. That's the only evidence presented about Ms. Heard's motive, except her statements, that was exactly what she wanted to do. She wanted to talk about her experiences after Johnny Depp. She wanted to own her story after Johnny Depp experience, what other people experience having accused someone of domestic abuse and the backlash that they suffer, and then talk about legislative measures that could help protect people in those positions. That's what she meant. And there's no hidden meaning here, ladies and gentlemen. This isn't a hit piece on Johnny Depp. This isn't a hit piece on Johnny Depp. Here, you can end there by saying the statements that she wrote were not false and the First Amendment protects them. Let's talk about the headline for a minute. The headline, published in the online version only of the article on December 18th, 2018, said, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath." A few points here. Number one, and there's no dispute about this, so as you weigh the evidence, you don't have to check your common sense at the door, and you can weigh circumstantial evidence, and the undisputed evidence here is that Ms. Heard didn't write the headline. She didn't approve the headline. She had nothing to do with it. She was not given notice. She testified, you saw her testify about the sexual assault that she experienced at the hands of Mr. Depp. You saw her testify about that they're calling her a liar. You saw with your own mouth, with her own mouth, exactly what she went through for the first time in court, because people who broadcast that to the world, they want to penalize Ms. Heard for not speaking about that earlier. That's ridiculous, and it's insulting, and it's victim blaming at its most disgusting. The only reference to sexual assault in the article, and you can read the op-ed, is sexual assault that she said she had experienced by the time she to sexual violence in that article. But it's not by Mr. Depp. And Mr. Depp can't hold her liable for a headline she didn't write that contained something that had nothing, that was not about him. And they published the headline, republished the headline by tweeting out the link to the online version. So let's look at this. This is the tweet that she sent on December 19th. The opinion, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence. That's the online version of the article. As Ms. Heard said, you can't attack, you can't tweet a piece of paper. So when she wanted to share that she had written this article, she has to attach that link. And the jury instructions that you have make clear that a hyperlink is not republication. Forwarding a link on, and again, but that's what they want to make you think. The only way, and the jury instructions that you have, and we don't need to read through them in detail now, but the republication instruction says to an article does not amount to republication, but adding content to a linked article may constitute republication. You must determine whether any added content was intended to find any content added to the hyperlink was intended to reach a new audience. The article simply saying, today I published this. That's what she said. She didn't add any content to it. She could have added some of the content that you've heard in this courtroom to it. She could have said, not only did 2 years ago presenting domestic abuse, but let me tell you about the domestic abuse that I suffered. That would be adding new content. This is not adding new content. But I guess it's no surprise, because this whole case heard for things she didn't do. But that's what Mr. Depp does. It's what he's always done. Blame other people, refuse to take accountability. But the problem for him here is that he's running the United States Constitution, which says that you cannot hold Amber Heard liable for words she didn't write or publish. Into any of the allegations, the facts, the evidence that you've heard about the heinous abuse that Ms. Heard suffered at the hands of Mr. Depp, you can determine that those statements are true and that they're protected by the First Amendment. But Mr. Depp brought this case, and he's suggesting that he was never abusive to Ms. So if that's where you want to make your decision, that's where the road ends for Mr. Depp. Ladies and gentlemen, let me be very, if Amber was abused by Mr. Depp even one time, then she wins. One time. And we're not just talking about physical, we're talking about emotional abuse, psychological abuse, financial abuse, sexual abuse. That's what we're talking about. Let's look at the evidence. You heard Mr. Depp define abuse from his own mouth. He admitted all of that when he talked about his childhood. As they reference, his mother called him one-eye because he had a lip, and he said that that was worse than the beatings that he took. Worse than the beatings that he took. Being called one-eye by his mother was worse than the beatings that he took. And after the evidence that you've seen, I want you to think to yourself, is being called one-eye worse than what he did to Ms. Heard? Absolutely not. You'll remember his expert, Shannon Curry, abuse can take many forms. And you'll remember that Don Hughes, Ms. Heard's expert, talked about the reports of intimate partner violence by Ms. Heard, characterized by physical aggression, sexual violence, coercive control, and surveillance behaviors. She tested Ms. Heard. She said that the tests show that there's a high degree of serious violence perpetrated by Mr. Depp. She got that opinion and that impression by reviewing the medical records of Ms. Heard. She talked about the role of coercive control that Mr. Depp exercised over Ms. Heard. Coercive control, she said, was drastic, and it was composed of things such as possessive jealousy, the imbalance of power, not only in physical stature and physical size, but in where they were in their career. By intimidation, she said writing obscene messages to your partner can absolutely be intimidating behavior. She said that Mr. Depp, after reviewing the evidence, banging and throwing in his household, that's psychological aggression. Punching a wall, throwing something, screaming, that is abuse. That's abuse, ladies and gentlemen. She said alcohol can just throw lighter fluid in a situation of domestic violence. All of these things constitute the domestic violence that Ms. Heard suffered at the hands of Mr. Depp. And he's trying to get you to believing that he's carried his burden of proof that never... So let's look at some of that evidence. And like I said, you can apply your own common sense. You don't need to check that at the door when you go into the deliberation room. I'm going to walk you through the evidence, some of the evidence that's been presented, including evidence in his own mouth, his own words, or the words of his witnesses. Keep in mind the burden of proof. And as we go through this evidence, I'd ask you to keep this in mind as well. It's not about who's the better spouse. They have been abusive to Mr. Depp. It's not. Because remember, if you think that they were both abusive to each other, and that's what their witness Laurel Anderson testified to, then Amber wins. They're trying to be perfect in order to win, even while they're ignoring Mr. Depp's many flaws. But don't fall for that trick. Amber's not perfect. None of us are. She's never pretended to be, and now being asked to decide. One time, ladies and gentlemen, one time, he abused her one time, Amber wins. So let's take a look at some of the evidence. This was one of the first messages shown to Mr. Depp in his cross-examination. This is a message his drug buddy early on in their relationship when he says, "Let's burn Amber. Let's drown her before we burn her. I will fuck her burnt corpse afterwards to make sure she is dead." Some of the most vile, disgusting language that you could ever imagine. That is what he said to her at the beginning of the relationship. So let's look at how the relationship was. You remembered Mr. Depp the other day in response to some text that we'll see later saying, "I don't write like that." This is a bookend of the relationship. This is after it was. I asked Mr. Depp to read that top text. You'll remember that was the only thing I asked him to read, and he immediately said, "I didn't write that text," even though, of course he did. Even though he wrote the text underward that said, "Hopefully that cunt's rotting corpse is decomposing in the fucking trunk of a Honda Civic." That's how he bookended their relationship. Ladies and gentlemen, these words are a win mind of America's favorite pirate. Couldn't take it anymore. Decided that she needed to leave him. And I'm not going to reread this whole text to you. But this is where he says she's begging for global humiliation. And she's going to get it. He says, "I'll stop at nothing, and I can only hope that karma kicks in and takes the gift of breath from her." It's one of the only promises to Miss Heard that Mr. Depp is. That's how he ended the relationship. But you saw how he started it. Now, times. First it started, they were very happy. They started dating in 2011, and things were good. And she testified that even during periods of abuse, even during their relationship, that there were periods where they were very happy. It's the cycle of violence. It's the cycle of sobriety. There were periods when everything was good, when the monster was gone, and then You heard about how the first incidents of violence took place in 2012 when Miss Heard asked Johnny about his tattoo that used to say "Wino forever," and she laughed, and she said, "And he slapped me across the face." She thought it was a joke, and then he did it 2 more times, and then he said, "I thought I put them, and I've done it before." That's what he said to her during that first incidence of violence. But you don't just have to take said in his text. We can hear through his own voice what he called Miss Heard. Monster. You heard Mr. Depp get on the stand and say that that was Miss Heard's term. She made it up. She didn't want him to have a beer once in a while. That's what he's implying. But no, this was a term created by Mr. Depp that she heard for the first time in 2012 across the face and said, "I thought I put the monster away." And after he sat up here on the stand under oath and told you that she made that term up, we look back at his texts, the writing at the time. The first text is after Australia in 2015, during a period of sobriety, a short-lived period of recovery for Mr. Depp, when he told Jerry Judge, his bodyguard, all I had to do was send the monster away and lock him up. He texted Elton John, or sent an email to Elton John in 2012, referring to himself as the monster. He tells Dr. Kipper, the doctor to whom he's paid millions and millions and millions, "My darling Kipper," he says, "I've locked my monster child away in a cage deep within." He tells Stephen Duders, you know Mr. Duders, he liked to text Mr. Duders. He tells him, "She thinks my Peruvian period," which is a reference to cocaine, he admitted to that means him using cocaine, has been ruining the relationship. Imagine that, someone actually thinking that maybe the impact of alcohol and cocaine is ruining a relationship. How dare she? He says, "The monster, I want to shoot a motherfucker, but don't worry, the monster is not involved." Mr. Depp knows that he can turn into a monster. He knows that. He knows that. He got up here and that to you. Talk about lack of accountability. Let's see the monster. Let's see the monster in the flesh.
What happened? Nothing happened this morning, you know that?
Were you in here? What happened to you this morning?
Yeah, you're right. I just woke up and you were so sweet and nice. We were not even fighting this morning. All I did was say...
To you this morning? I don't think so.
No, that's the thing.
You want to see? That's crazy. Oh, you're crazy. Oh, you're crazy.
Have you drunk this whole thing this morning?
Oh, you got this going. You got this going? Really? Sneak that shit on me,
No,
motherfucker.
I didn't. You were smashing shit.
Do you see Miss Heard laughing in that? She's not laughing in that. Mr. Depp in this courtroom right now is laughing and making snide remarks as that video is being played. But it's not. Who does that? Who does that? Imagine being in Amber's shoes on February 10th, 2016, videotaping him because when he's sober and sweet, you've never loved anything drugs, and he mixes drinks, he turns into this man. You've seen it before. You're praying it won't happen again, but deep down, you know it will. You know that that man will come out. You know that, and you want him to change. Imagine watching your husband, the person you love, behaving violently that way, like a wild animal. That is abuse. And you don't have to look at that incident in isolation to find that it's abuse. You can look at it in the context of their whole relationship. This isn't about breaking down a series of individual days. This is about the cumulative effect of Mr. Depp and Miss Heard's relationship and whether that constitutes abuse. That is abuse, ladies and gentlemen. That's domestic abuse. And their response is, she sold it to TMZ, which she didn't. There's no evidence. They testified that they received it and it was validated within something like 15 minutes, which could only have happened by the person who sent it. Miss Heard was in the air. She didn't send it to TMZ, as you heard from her own mouth. Who would want that to become public? Again, in order to find for Mr. Depp, you would have to claim every single thing that ever happened between them that could constitute abuse. Amber was the abuser. Every single time. You'd have to believe the unbelievable. You all are smarter than that. But Mr. Depp thought he could hide it. He thought he could hide the monster. That's why he lied. Thought he could hide it. He thought he could hide the monster. That's why he lied in insurance forms that you have to fill out in order to be able to act. That's why he hadn't taken illegal steps, whether prescribed by a physician or not. Depp's role as a father. This is what he sent, a text that he sent DX207. Now Lily Rose, because she thinks I'm drinking, and she's right, but I can't admit, or I fucking die in her eyes. Thanks for that one, Vanessa. This is Mr. Depp passed out in a Tokyo hotel room during the press tour for The Lone Ranger. Implied that Mr. Depp screamed at me, and all I could think were the kids are in an adjoining room. And Mr. Depp passed out with his head like this. It says, she took pictures of Mr. Depp while he was asleep. He's not asleep in that picture. He's passed out, drunk and high, and she's taking pictures because she wants him to realize what he's done and get help. I don't think that looks like the spice cabinet of anyone in this courtroom. That's Mr. Depp. This is Mr. Depp. This is Mr. Depp. This is Mr. Depp. And all you hear from Mr. Depp when these pictures are shown is snickering and defiance. Victim blaming, blaming Miss Heard for taking this picture of him, for trying to help. So let's talk about some of these instances of abuse. Oh, forgot one. In March 2013, talked about the Wino Forever tattoo. In March 2013, there were a couple instances. There was one where, and we'll get to that in a second, where he was drinking brown liquor and doing a lot of cocaine. Or that might have been that was March 22nd. On March 8th, this is when Mr. Depp felt like her lip went into her teeth and got a little blood on the wall. He grabbed her by the arm and held her on the floor, screaming at her. We'll come back to this in a minute. This is March 22nd. This is what Mr. Depp said isn't every hour happy hour. Again, totally abandoning any responsibility for behavior like this. Is he wanted Ms. Heard to remove a painting by her ex-partner. And he wanted to admit to an affair that she wasn't having. She didn't admit to it because it wasn't true. So he decided and some whiskey for breakfast. And then, on the way to filming the Keith Richards documentary, after a multi-hour argument, he grabbed Yorkie and holds the dog, Boo, out of the window of a moving car, and he's howling like an animal, Ms. Heard said, while holding the dog out of the car. Abuse, ladies and gentlemen. That's abuse. Let's go back to this, because Ms. Vasquez defense in this case. But as you've seen over the course of this proceeding, these witnesses, as I previewed in the opening, almost all scared to say anything bad about him. And they've seen what happens to people who do. And none were there for the instances of domestic violence. What they're saying is 4 bodyguards, and it must have never happened. That's essentially what they're asking you to believe. That's ridiculous. That's not the way domestic violence works. Take his sister, Christy. I know it seems like a year ago, but she was the first witness. You'll remember her on the stand when I presented her with these texts that say, stop drinking, stop coke, and stop pills. You'll remember her squirming and saying, I don't think I was asking him to stop drinking, stop. She couldn't even answer that basic question because she wanted to lie for Mr. Depp and say that Ms. Heard was delusional. She couldn't even admit this to you. She's nothing but an enabler. That his head of security, who's been sitting in this courtroom for the past 6 weeks. He's right there. Mr. Bett was the one who testified to you that when Mr. Depp has a few drinks of alcohol, I wrote this down, he said it's like the rest of us drinking sparkling water. I think that kitchen video that we just saw was like the evening of May 21st, 2016, which Elaine will talk about in a little bit. He said Mr. Depp may have bumped something off a table. You've seen the pictures. You'll see him again. Said that Mr. Depp rearranged Ms. Heard's closet. You've seen the pictures. You'll see him again. Just like Tara Roberts in the Bahamas, who tried to blame everything on Ms. Heard and only examination admitted that Mr. Depp passed out face down in the sand underneath a hammock and his son Jack found him there. She took a video of their cabin in the Bahamas. I suggest to you that this assault that Ms. Heard alleges couldn't have taken place. But conveniently, she didn't take the camera into the closet where Mr. Depp had. She didn't take the video camera into the bathroom where he sexually assaulted Ms. Heard. She didn't do that because she wanted to generate evidence only favorable to Mr. Depp. Think about conflicting stories about the birthday party on April 21st. Remember, Mr. Depp experienced horrific financial news the evening of that night, April 21st, 2016. He learned that he was essentially out of money. Well, we all know what Mr. Depp does when he receives bad news like that. He left the meeting at 9:30 and didn't arrive at Ms. Heard's birthday party until 11:15. Okay, but we all know what he does when he has that hour and 45 minutes of free time and he's stressed out about something. Mr. Bett testified, remember he said, I took him to Avenue, his other home, to pick up a birthday present for Ms. Heard. That's what he said. That's what he said. Mr. Jenkins, you may remember him, he testified by the video link on the stand, and I said, meaning time period, and he said, oh yes, I do. He said, Mr. Depp was visiting his sick mother. And I said, who told you that? And he said, Mr. Bett. The witnesses that Mr. Depp has paraded up here, who are here in person, they're here in person because they're on his payroll. Almost all of them. Whatever they think they need to tell you to get you to take Mr. Depp's side. Just as we previewed they would do in the opening. But Mr. apologized, where he would be grateful. I have no doubt that there were times when Mr. Depp wanted to get better. These are texts, PX 120A and 120B. I won't read them all to you. These are texts that Mr. Depp sent Amber's mom after detox on the island in 2014. He says, there were more than a few times when I thought it would be more simple to take that route, meaning go for a swim and swallow a big drink of ocean. And he said, it was Amber and Amber alone that got me through this. There is no the strength that Amber gives me and the full support of each of you with the events. Take his own words to Amber after the detox. Just to let you know that I'm fine, my angel. I miss you, of course, but this was the right thing to do to speed up the process. But then there were these days. Then there were times like this. This is sent on March 9th. We had a slightly grim morning, is the way Mr. Depp. You'll remember the text from a few days later, referred to as the disco bloodbath text. That about last Friday night by any chance, and Mr. Depp responds, how can you make me smile about such a hideous moment? He testified on the stand, I don't remember what happened that Friday night, but Miss Heard sure did. And this is one of the things that she had to show for it. Now, Ms. Vasquez showed this to you in opening statements and made it seem like, again, remember what I said at the beginning, if you take pictures, it didn't happen. Here's one where she did take a picture, but Ms. Vasquez says, but she doesn't have injuries on her face. Look at the date that this picture was taken, ladies and gentlemen. March 23rd, 15 days after this incident. So even when there are pictures, they're trying to deceive you into thinking, oh, there should have been more. This is a 2-week-old bruise. She texts it. Look who she texts that to. She texts it to her mom. They say she never told anyone. Text to mom, March 23rd, 2013. Let's go to Hicksville. You remember Hicksville, obviously. There's been a little bit of discussion about that in this case. This is where Mr. Depp got jealous that a woman named Kelly Sue was certain, maybe had her arm around her at a campfire, and everyone was having a good time. There were some mushrooms involved. There was some drinking, and Mr. Depp got jealous of that. Now, he claims that Miss Heard is the abuser, stronger than he is, but then he testified that the evidence shows that in Hicksville, he was the one who said he was just trying to protect Amber. Well, who says, why would she need protection if she's the abuser? And he forcibly removed it from Miss Heard, embarrassing Miss Heard, ruining the mood of the whole night. So they went and they got into an argument in the trailer, in which not only did he trash the trailer, but he took her into the bathroom. He side wall of the bedroom by her neck, holds her there, that was the next one. In Hicksville, he took her, did what he called a cavity search. He inserted his fingers inside of her and sexually assaulted her, then trashed the trailer. And you heard this Morgans ago who said it was $62 of damage. You also heard evidence that the way he got involved in this trial was by reaching out to Johnny Depp fan influencers on social media. And you saw that text. That's how he injected himself into this trial. There was way more than $62 of damage. You heard testimony from Whitney Enriquez, and Amber about him trashing the trailer. And he admitted to the other day that when he wants to hit something, he's going to hit it, and he doesn't care about the repercussions. So in Hicksville, the Hicksville was late May. This is another text to drug buddy Bettany, where he says, I, of course, pounded and displayed ugly colors to Amber on recent journey. I am an insane person, and after too much of the drink. Weed, pills, fine. Booze, my capacity is too large, and I won't stop. Ugly and sad. How I love it.
There appears to be an Amber Alert, but I think we're okay. People are getting it, I guess, on their phones that haven't silenced that.
Oh. Can I keep going?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So that's after Hicksville. This is what I was getting to. Remember the testimony about Mr. Depp being drunk on his yacht on the island in the Bahamas in 2013 when Mr. Depp looked a little scary in the water and Lily Rose, his daughter, started to cry. Miss Heard comforted Lily Rose, and then Depp accused Amber of making them aware of this, that he was drinking again. And he slammed her up against the side wall of the bedroom, held her up by her neck, held her there for a second, and said, "I can fucking kill you, and you're an embarrassment." That's what he said. You remember what happened? Lily Rose and Amber helicoptered away from the island. And while Amber was in the helicopter with Lily Rose, Mr. Depp poetry, calling her a lesbian camp counselor because she cared about his drinking, and just ridiculing her, trying to protect his daughter. Sickening. This text, let's fast forward a little bit to, actually before we talk about this is the Boston flight. Let's talk about the Moscow flight. The Moscow flight, when Mr. Depp and Amber, she said that was the one time she took ecstasy or MDMA with Mr. Depp, and she learned her, hit her on the plane when he threatened to break the flight attendant's wrist. And Miss Vasquez, again, just tried to tell you, oh, he always wore rings. Now, Miss Heard said almost times when he didn't, and in the picture that she just showed you, PX 1248, you can take a look at that when you review the evidence. That's a picture taken in Moscow with no rings other than on his finger, or some kind of ring. He's wearing one ring on his finger. And so, in Mr. Depp's world, they're going to try to come at you either way. They say rings, but it didn't leave a mark on your face, and then they show you a picture where he wasn't wearing rings during that trip. So that's what happened in Moscow. On rings, but it didn't leave a mark on your face, and then they show you a picture where he wasn't wearing rings during that trip. So that's what happened in Moscow. On September 2013, Paul Bettany, he missed a few days of work going on a multi-day drug binge she was starring in a movie with. That talk about coercive control by Mr. Depp about Miss Heard not wanting him to leave. About Miss Heard not wanting him to leave. Multi-day bender. That's why she didn't want him to leave when he got spun up like that and she could see the monster coming. So let's fast forward to the Boston plane incident. Mr. Depp was jealous that she was with James Franco, and Miss Heard testified that when she met him in Boston, she was on the plane, his car pulled up, she could guess by the way he was moving, she knew what was going to board that plane, and it wasn't Mr. Depp the monster. She said, I already know he's drunk, I already know he's using. And then when he got on the plane, he straight up started taunting her. He called her a go-getter and a slut, throwing things at her, ice cubes and utensils, and he slapped her face against the window when she was seated. And when she got up to move, how dare she, he kicked her in the back. She said, back. And he continued to drink and eventually started howling like an animal. That's Mr. Depp on the plane, but he expects you to believe him that he didn't have anything to drink on that plane, except for maybe, that's what he expects you to believe. He's talked about blackouts. These blackouts where he doesn't remember what happened. He blamed them only on opiates, but we know they have what's happened. As you're weighing the evidence, as you're assessing whether Mr. Depp has borne his burden of proof, think to yourself, do you believe Amber's account of what happened on the plane, or do you believe that? You can look at his account from a few days later, May 30th, in which he told, again, Paul Bettany, he said, drank all night before I picked Amber up to fly to LA. No food for days, powders, half a bottle of whiskey, 1,000 Red Bulls and vodkas, pills, 2 bottles of champagne, and what do you get? An angry aggro engine in a fucking blackout, screaming obscenity near. I'm done. I'm admittedly too fucked in the head to spray my rage at the one I love. For little reason as well, I'm too old to be that guy, but he expects you to believe that he's carried his burden of proof in showing that no abuse happened on that plane. You don't have to look at just that. You can look at this text to Pat, who's so disappointed in myself. You can look at his text to Miss Heard. I really don't know why or what happened. Well, no wonder. You heard the voice on the plane. Of course he doesn't know what happened. I will never do it again. My illness, I love you and feel so bad for letting you down. And what his response has been throughout this trial to things like that is blaming Amber, saying abuse hasn't happened even a single time. This is in the lead up to Australia. But before we get there, we can talk about January 25th in Tokyo at the premiere of Mordecai, where he did slam her up against the wall, wailed on her, and he did get on her back in the closet. And what do they say? Look at her backless dress. She doesn't have any bruises. She testified herself that she was checking out pictures because she was concerned it happened. We all know that's not the case. February 2015, this is when they got married. The day they got married, I told him, I can now punch her anytime I want and no one can do anything about it. He'll say it's a joke, a Danish girl, to see her new husband for the first time since their wedding. And these are excerpts from DX 353. All but the bottom right one are in the days leading up to this. Fueled Bender. He's hanging out with Marilyn Manson. He's getting drugs from his assistants who are enabling. They're getting him drugs for days and days. And then the one on the bottom right, you'll remember, you've seen a couple times. This is after he chopped his finger off, when he says, need more cocaine. And no one, Miss Heard's was in touch with his assistants, but no one told her the hornet's nest that she was walking into. Mr. Depp, she gets there, he pulls out a bag of MDMA, and he took a handful. She didn't say he took 10 at a time. She did say he took 8 to 10 over the course of that period. The second Depp, who claims that Miss Heard refused to do a post-nup, calls Amber's domestic relations attorney, Michelle Mulrooney, you heard from her, when he was drunk, and he fired her. And he told Amber, she said, the only way out of this is death. I don't want a post-nup. And then she said she remembered him slamming up her neck, squeezing her neck. You remember her saying that he threw her on the games table like a ping pong table. You remember seeing the pictures of that broken table. You remember her saying that at some point he had a broken bottle, and he told her that he'd carve up her face, that he was throwing bottles at her. He's throwing bottles one after another, and I could feel glass breaking behind me, and you've seen the evidence of that. And he was just, again, smashing the phone into the wall, screaming at me as she watched it break into pieces. Now, she doesn't know how he lost his finger. She said that she saw him smash a phone to pieces, and you heard with his testimony from the UK, which was different from what he testified here, where he said he did smash a phone. And then they tried to put that picture in front of you with the desk phone and suggest that that was it. And then you heard Ms. Heard testify that the next morning she found meat that he had left all over the house. But not before what happened before she went to bed that night. Where Ms. Heard testified, and I remember trying to get up, and I was slipping on the glass. I was wanting to move. I pressure in my pubic bone. I remember just not wanting to move because I didn't know if it was broken. This is the next. What happened to cut the finger off? But frankly, it's irrelevant to your deliberations here. Amber could have chopped it off with an axe, and it has nothing to do with whether it curled and someone was standing with a half-gallon fully intact. We all know that didn't happen. Mr. Depp knows it didn't happen. We'll see some evidence of that. But here, he writes about her ambition, talked about him not wanting her to act. Dawn Hughes testified how that is a form of intimate partner abuse. Here he's writing on the mirror again, and she didn't write that. Who was the lunatic in the house? Who was writing everywhere? There's no evidence she wrote that. She testified she doesn't even know who Carly Simon was until she was. This is some of the evidence. Mr. Depp told you a couple different stories the other day about the evidence on the right. He claimed that that was the handle of vodka between those two beer cans there. But then under crossing, that there's not enough glass on the floor, that there's no handle of vodka on the floor. But what there is in the picture on the right is evidence of when he was throwing bottles past Amber's head and breaking that plate glass window. More abuse on the right. Imagining having a painting area where you're drawing two canvases and you and your husband get in a fight, and while you are asleep that night, he takes the bloody stump of his finger and paintings. Ladies and gentlemen, that's abuse. Good luck and be careful at the top. And this is a good chance to talk about Mr. Depp's controlling and jealous desire to control Amber's career. He didn't want her to act. As early as 2013, he tells his sister, I don't need actress bullshit and her fucking ambition. In this recording,
If you look at the bigger picture, what is it?
I become jealous and fucking crazy and weird, and you know, we fight a lot more.
I become jealous and weird, out of his own mouth. This is some of the notes of Dr. Blaustein, his therapist, called him self-destructive. Wait up to fight the devil. Jealous. And I know this is hard to read, but you can see jealous, you can see paranoia, fear, envy. He wanted to own her. He didn't want her to have any career. And then he says things like, I have other uses for your throat, which do not include injury. No one who's has it by the throat would write, which do not include injury. But we all know how Mr. Depp thinks along these lines, because you saw these two texts. I want to read them to you again, because they are the most vulgar, vile writing you can imagine. He said, that's not my style. I wouldn't write like that. Of course he would. And that he produced, that he gave to Amber and our team in this litigation, from him to his personal assistant, Stephen Duders. This is the way he thinks about women. This. Put on the stand, that. It's disgusting. He admitted that he cut his finger off. This is evidence of him admitting to it to people other than Amber. My middle finger off. Says that to Dr. Kipper. Says it again to Dr. Kipper. The bottom one he says to Nurse Filati. I just chopped my finger off. But he does say it to Amber too. Remember we played this one. Mr. Depp denied that he was actually saying the day that I chopped my finger off. Let's hear it one more time.
I don't know.
I'm talking about Australia, the day that
Now we're talking about Australia. Okay.
The day. So let's fast forward to March 23rd, 2015. After just a few weeks in Australia, Mr. Depp has a finger injury, no doubt about that. He comes home. What they call a soft cast on it, which you heard his treating physician and our experts say, it doesn't have sides on it, but it's a hard plaster cast over the top of his finger that can be wheeled and have sides on it, but it's a hard. When Miss Heard discovered that he was having an affair with a woman named Rochelle that had been going on before the wedding, after the wedding, and the argument, he bolted up the stairs. Now, Travis Givern, at some point, Mr. Depp went up the stairs, and Miss Enriquez is standing. Mr. Depp went up the stairs. He went to the fight. This is the man that claims he always wants to run, and this time he had his body. And Miss Enriquez is standing on the precipice of the stairs, and Amber admitted them with the casted hand that she said, I punched him square in the face. I punched him square in the face. And they showed you a picture of the shiner that she had. Miss Heard doesn't deny that. They're trying to say she's the abuser for defending herself and her sister from this animal who's running at them. This person that they claim is because he had a hurt finger. Yet he could have done this. This is what Mr. McGivern said was rearranging her closet. I don't know the closets, but I hope it doesn't look like this. This is throwing a clothing rack down the stairs. This is knocking this over. This is what he did to rearrange her closet with his hurt finger that he couldn't possibly have hit, they claim. That in and of itself, that destruction of property, even if he hadn't hit her that night, that's abuse. Imagine being married to someone and walking on eggshells so thick. That's abuse. And it's disgusting. But sometimes he would apologize. He'd say, I can't express how sorry I was to have spewed such vicious untruths for the sole purpose of hurting you. Grievous error, shameful. So he went in these cycles. She thought he could change for good. And when it was good, but then sometimes things like December 15th came around, where she remembers him chasing her in the kitchen. She remembers him shoving her to a case lounge and saying, do you really want to go again, tough guy? And she looked at him, and he balled up his fist, leaned back, and headbutted her square in the nose, and pounded her head with the back of his breathe on that bed that we're going to see in a second, where she was suffocating in this pillow top, and she said, this is when I thought I was going to die. He's going to kill me, and he doesn't even know what he's doing. And these are the pictures that they claim. I don't know what they're claiming. I don't know if they're claiming she painted on the bruise. Oh, you weren't. Look under her eye. And again, Their theory is that all of this is a lie. All of this was some grand hoax. If this were a hoax, ladies and gentlemen, she'd really do it up. She took pictures as they existed when she could at the time of abuse. And yet Ms. Vasquez has the nerve to say, well, why didn't she videotape an incident of abuse? What, is she's being somehow grab a video camera with one hand while she's defending herself with another hand? You heard her in one of the audio tapes talking about when she hit him as he was trying to barge at her, and she got as he's coming after her. And of course, as Don Hughes testified to, victims of coercive control like this, they do try to abusive partner and apologize for things that aren't their fault. So as you're coming at me, Johnny, and you push a door into me, and I have to hit you to get away, to protect myself, yeah, she did apologize for violence. That's what victims do. Yet they continue to blame the victim. There's no evidence she painted on that bloody lip. And again, if we're talking, and they say, well, you can't see any injury there, so it must not have happened. She would have to be the dumbest. Let's do it the day before. But you heard Melanie Iglesias, her makeup artist, testify in great detail. And I didn't even understand half the terms about makeup that she was using. But she testified in greatly what she did to cover up those bruises. The red lipstick that she put to cover up the busted lip. You heard the testimony of that. From a neutral party, what she did. She talked about how she looked at the color wheel to neutralize the bruising. They claim it was just an accidental headbutt. Well, no accidental headbutt rips out hair. They claim, oh, Miss Heard somehow used a pocket knife to cut this portion of the bed out to stage this. Well, I don't know if that's a pocket knife or not, but the only testimony in this trial, Mr. Depp carried a pocket knife in his pocket every day. We all know where that, if it is a pocket knife, where that came from. One of the most telling things about this incident is the text he sent to David Heard, Amber's dad, 2 weeks later, where he says, I meant to send this to you a week or so ago. I'm sending it to you now. And he says, text or an email, but you can look at DX580. He says, yes, I fucked up and went too far in our fight. Because as a result of that fight and the bruises that all Christmas, the family refused to go to the Bahamas for Christmas, and out, he would dump a glass of wine on Amber's lap. And she to the island. Mr. Depp kept out, he would dump a glass of wine on Amber's lap. And she didn't like that, and she yelled at him. And because it was in front of his kids, he got up. This is the one where Tara Roberts took the video, but she didn't. And Amber says, while holding my neck, this is in the closet, he said, I'll fucking kill you if you ever speak to me like that in front of my kids again, because you embarrass me. And then he took her into the bathroom. He grabbed my vagina, shoved his fingers inside me, but through my bathing suit, and held me there and asked me if I was so fucking tough. And to keep him away from her, that's when Mr. Depp is somehow the victim in that encounter. Come on. We talk about the train ride to Asia. We saw the pictures taken before they got on the train ride, where Mr. Depp has the same under his eye that he does in the allegedly abusive picture. But in that picture, he held in that train ride, talk about a honeymoon, he held her up against the wall while she was trying to get his arms off her neck, and he was squeezing her, and at some point, I pulled the lapel of his shirt, he rips the shirt off, and she woke up with the shirt around her neck and a giant knot in the back of her head. Let's fast forward to her birthday party just very quickly. He experienced terrible financial news that night. He came over, they got into a fight. There's been conflicting evidence about that. But Amber said, I hit the side of the desk, he chest bumped me, and when I got back up, he held me down by the shoulders, and that's when he grabbed her by the pubic bone and pushed her down. And you'll remember Ms. Vasquez showing her interrogatory answers where she details a lot of there. Does it say that? And Ms. Heard says it actually does on page 64, and pointed out to Ms. Vasquez exactly where it says that. That's abuse. It's sexual abuse. But we all know what Mr. Financial news, or terrible news. He experienced terrible news that night on the way to the birthday party, where both of his bodyguards have testified that he was either visiting his sick mom or getting a birthday present for Amber. What happens the day after his mother passed away, on May 21st, 2016? These are pictures that now they're claiming that, they must have been faked. There's been no testimony in this case that these pictures were faked. There's been no testimony that the marks you see on Amber's face, including this mark with a straight line to the top of her temple that it lines up directly with a phone. There's a property destruction like that. It, in and of itself, is abuse. He destroyed her office. He destroyed her friend Rocky Pennington's preparation for the beach. Denied. Oh, there was no spilled wine in the hallway. Well, even Isaac Baruch testified that he saw this in the hallway. And they said that he saw this in the hallway. And they said she never sent anything to her medical providers. These are the texts, nurse Erin Filati, the night that it happened. These are pictures of her in the courtroom. We're not going to play this. This is that terribly disturbing text of him in July of 2016 threatening to cut himself and telling, you cut me or I will. You all remember playing that. It was awful. Play it again, but it was horrible. That in and of itself is abusive. This is the document that Mr. Depp signed, the divorce agreement, where he says, signed with his signature, neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. He said that then. He could have fought this then, but he didn't because he knew that her allegations were true. But humiliation. He says, I want her replaced on that WB film. Ladies and gentlemen, the facts are absolutely overwhelming. Mr. Depp simply cannot prove to you that he never was a victim. You always have to do more. No matter what you document, you always have to document more. No matter whom you tell, you always have to tell more people. Somebody's in a relationship, you need to be perfect in order for people to believe you. The point that you have to find in order to prove, or in order to rule for Mr. Depp, you would have to find that Ms. Heard made the statements with actual malice. Now, what Mr. Chu didn't tell you is that you have to find this by clear and so this is much higher than the greater weight of the evidence standard that applies to the other claims, the other elements of the claim. Clear and convincing evidence that Mr. Depp has proved this issue. So if you believe that Ms. Heard did not act maliciously in writing her op-ed, then you must return a verdict for Ms. Heard, even if you abused her. But I'll quickly go over the evidence of this. The op-ed, you look at the words, it clearly wasn't a hit piece. She visited her attorney in a video that his objective was to make sure that there could be no meritorious claim that could be brought about this article relating to defamation. He gave Ms. Heard advice. She affirmatively followed all of it. You cannot find that Ms. Heard met the clear and convincing evidence standard, given the testimony of Eric George, given the testimony of Terrence Doherty from the ACLU, when Amber went out of her way. It doesn't matter if she's lying, but even if that isn't, they will say that that doesn't matter if she's lying, but even that isn't true, because again, keep in mind that if Ms. Heard's article would be very different. And I think it's interesting here, we'll talk about Mr. Waldman in a second, but that Amber utilized her attorney, Eric George, to make sure that she was following the law. Used his attorney, Adam Waldman, as an attack dog to defame Amber and to fulfill Depp's promise to her of global humiliation. The last thing I'll touch on before Elaine talks is, the man's at least consistent in one respect. He blames other people for his problems. Everyone but himself. You heard broke up with Amber before their marriage broke apart, talking about his problems, talking about the fact that his movies were flops, talking about the fact that he was late to the set, these unreliable. A word of reminder here, ladies and gentlemen, is that the only thing Amber ever did that Mr. Depp is allowed to sue her for is the op-ed. He's trying to say, I want to sue her for harm that was caused then. You cannot do that. The only thing you're being asked to decide are the words of the op-ed defamatory. Nothing else. Any damage to self-caused. Then think about the testimony that you've heard from his former business manager, Mandel, said that Depp had issues with drugs and alcohol that damaged his career. Said he was late to the set and that he used an earpiece. Depp fired her. She said Disney never committed to put in Disney's records of this op-ed. This op-ed had nothing to do with it. In fact, Catherine Arnold, our damages expert, testified that the paper version of the article that allegedly they say came out 4 days after was published the same day as the op-ed that said that Johnny might not be in Pirate 6. The same day the paper article came out for Pirate 6. His agent, Jack Wiggum, couldn't identify a contract. His former agent, Christian Carino, said that there's no contract. He didn't lose anything as a result of this op-ed, the result of his own choices. You also heard him lie to you. You heard him tell you that this was his first chance to tell his story. But let's break it down, because that's not true. He could have fought the TRO that Amber abused her, but he chose not to do that. He could have fought her in the divorce case, but he chose not to do that. Instead, he signed the statement saying that no one had falsified any statements. He only filed this suit after Waldman, who convinced him to file suit against his former business manager, to file suit against his law firm, and fire that Mr. Depp already had another opportunity to tell his story. He filed a case in the UK against the son for calling him a wife beater. And in that case, he had many of the same. He was on the stand for parts of 5 days, and he got to tell the gentleman, it is time to tell Mr. Depp that this was his last chance. Tell him to move on with his life. Stand up for the freedom of speech. Stand up for the First Amendment. This trial is about so much more than Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. It's about the freedom of speech. Stand up for it, protect it, and reject Mr. Depp's claims against Amber. And now you'll hear from Ms. Beretta Hoft about the counterclaim. Thank you.
I get to say good afternoon. And I know you've been listening to everybody for a long time here, and I echo Ben's very strong thank you. Extreme service and extraordinary service. We really appreciate it. I'm going to go really fast and try to go as quick. I know you're probably itching to do it at this point. But this is very important to us, and we appreciate your listening, and we appreciate your being here. I'm going to stay on this slide for a moment, and there's something that's very important on this been brought to your attention by Mr. Depp's team. When you see the actual damages, go down to the last paragraph, if you will. It says, Mr. Depp for any harm that occurred after November 2, 2020. Do you all see that? Mr. Depp's team got up here and told you through Mr. Chu this morning has nothing to do with this case. He had his chance in the UK. The lawsuit was filed June 2018, 6 months before the op-ed. The trial was July 2020. The process ended, according to Mr. Marks, November 2, 2020. And his damages stopped then. He can't get reputational damages. He can't get his legacy back for his children. He can't after that day from you. You can't restore his reputation. You can't give him anything. They didn't tell you that, but the court told you that. And that's a very thing here. He told his story. He had his opportunities. He had his full opportunities to do all of that. And he came in here and lied to you and station back. It's just one of many lies in this case, but it's a really big one, because here we are, 6 weeks of your time, precious time, 6 weeks of this court's time, for nothing, only to go after Amber. That's psychological abuse. He's going after Amber for nothing, because he wants to put her through this the third time. So we're fighting back, and that's the counterclaim. She finally hold this man responsible. He has never accepted responsibility for anything in his life. You've heard it this whole time. He hasn't admitted to anything. He's blamed every agent, his manager, his lawyer, Amber, his friends, everybody. But he's never accepted responsibility for a thing he's done in his life. But we're asking you to make him accept responsibility, to hold him legally responsible for his actions, and to fully and fairly compensate Amber for what he has creating this concept of a hoax for the defamation that he has committed, that you have heard so much about Amber's life pure day. We're asking you to do that, to compensate her to on another lawsuit. We don't want anything else. We want to leave Amber alone and let her get on with her life and raise her child. So let's talk about the counterclaim for a moment. So you've heard Mr. Depp say, well, why aren't you suing Mr. Waldman? Isn't that typical of Mr. Depp? He doesn't take responsibility for anything, so now he's going to blame his lawyer. But the clear on all three statements, and we'll show them to you in his testimony, was 2 months before those statements were made in February of 22, because Mr. Waldman's testimony was 2 months before those statements were made in February of 2020, Mr. Depp accompanied Mr. Waldman to the Daily Mail. The statements were published. and he gave him 2 splice. He went with him. He knew that Mr. Waldman was doing this. He knew that Mr. Waldman was launching a campaign against Amber to try to now are April and June of 2020. The trial is July of 2020. So they're launching an attack to try to discredit Amber before the trial in the U.S. What happened here? And that is Mr. Waldman, but it's Mr. Depp. The judge gave you 3 different instructions, and you'll all have them. He's acting as his attorney. He has the authority. So standing in the shoes of Mr. Waldman. Mr. Waldman is standing in the shoes of Mr. Depp. Michelle, can you please bring up the first statement? It says, Amber and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and shield, depending have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Now, what this statement is sexual assaults and using them with the media to try to discredit Mr. Depp. That's the clear implications of this. Now, the first part of this is Mr. Depp's claims today that the first time you ever heard about this, instead of Amber Heard trying to put this out in the media, she did exactly the opposite. Now, this article's not in your evidence, but at least some of you will remember with the title that said that Amber was successful in being able to treat her allegations of the sexual violence confidential in that proceeding. And it was, she did exactly the opposite. She didn't want to tell people this. And you know that. You watched her on the stand. It was heart-rending for her to have to do this, no less. But what else is false about this statement? It's that there was no false statements of sexual violence. Ben went through all 4 of them. You heard the testimony. And interestingly enough, you didn't hear any stories, a couple of them. He can't in Australia. He can't remember anything, likely. But if you just look at the pictures of the destruction in that house, I mean, imagine painting those that took it, how much you have to have. Remember that she also testified that he took her clothes and swiped them through all the paint before she left. Malice on this one, hewn through all the paint before she left. You know these things happened. Malice on this one, you know he knows that he did these things. You know that he knows he was out of it for 3 days. And that's all that we need to prove for malice. But you can find whatever Mr. Waldman's done, and you can find whatever Mr. Depp has done. And both of those are the same for purposes of evaluating the verdict form. In each other's shoes. When you have an agent, and that's what the jury instructions say, you can go with both. What did Mr. Waldman do? There was an article about the sexual violence that he had put into the trial. Amber's testimony, she was sitting near him in the trial. Adam Waldman threw that newspaper down in front of her defiantly. That's actual and she was quite upset, and you heard her testimony on the stand about that. He was just inflicting it on her. Remember Bruce Whitkin's testimony? This was Johnny Depp's best friend until he testified truthfully 4 years ago about the drugs and alcohol, and he stopped talking to him. There was a couple of really important things that Bruce Whitkin said. One of the things is he said he met once. Adam Waldman said, "Do you have any dirt on the Mandels?" And he said no, and that was it. Then he didn't care. He is an attack dog. All he wants to do is attack. And the second thing that Whitkin said that I think was pretty instructive was that Johnny Depp has deep-seated anger issues that have nothing to do with Amber. But even back when Johnny was married to his sister-in-law, he had extreme jealousy even back then. And I think that's pretty significant. Remember, Mr. Whitkin also was called in a few times to intercede fights between Johnny and Amber when Johnny would become so angry. The last thing I thought he said that was actually pretty important was that Kipper and his fights between Johnny and Amber when Johnny would become so angry. The last thing I thought he said that was actually pretty important was that Kipper and his whole group are a scam. Sober doctors, you know, for these years, and he's never sober. He's even taking pot all the time. How can you be sober? I thought that was quite instructive. But in any second statement, Michelle, if you can bring that one up. Oh, before I go there, I want to talk about a few more things from Mr. Waldman that you have in your remember, he's the one that after the UK trial went to the LAPD with a notebook full of things and tried to get perjury charges against Amber. The LAPD said, but he then went to a German newspaper and said, Amber is being investigated by the NYPD or the LAPD for that. That's malice. That's showing his intent to do harm to Amber. He also admitted that he speaks to that umbrella guy, and you'll see that one text in there from the person from TMZ, big lead of Johnny Depp's, positive social media that is putting all the negative out on Amber Heard. And he also ended up getting her because he was abusing Amber. So now we'll go to the second counterclaim statement. And that is quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set Mr. Depp up by calling the cops with the first trick. The officers came to the penthouses, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine, roughed the place up, got their lawyer and publicist, then placed a second call to 911. Now this is May 21. Now the clear implication here is that they're saying that Amber got together where they were going to set Johnny up to be charged for domestic violence. And so they called the police and they tried to make up this whole story, get him arrested, but the police said there's no evidence. Went away and they said, darn. And so they spilled wine and they, busted up the place and they called 911. They got advice from a lawyer and a publicist, called 911, and he charged. That's what this says. Now, we all know that's false, and it's heinously false, because, after these events happened, and Ben talked about a little bit of it, I'm going to try to do it really quickly, but we all know Amber did everything in her power not to tell them who Johnny was, not to press charges, not to have him arrested. The exact opposite of this. But what were the facts of May 21st? He comes over. He's already been drinking. He's already high. And he is on a tear about feces in the bed. And remember how Amber talked about when he gets into these drug-induced things, he gets into these paranoias, and he gets some idea in his head, and he just won't let it go. There's somebody put that feces in the bed a month ago. That was his spin. So she gets Io Tillett on the phone. He's in New York at the time. He's going, they thought, of course nobody did. By the way, Boo has this huge problem. Of course it was Boo. He's always doing this. But Johnny just won't get there. So then they laugh. That makes him mad. Then he throws the phone, screams out, and says, ow, you just threw the cell phone at me. It hurts. Io says, Amber, get out of there. Johnny gets madder. Pulls her head, runs over as quickly as she can. She goes and gets in between, used to stand in between them. Pennington. She comes over as quickly as she can. She goes and gets in between the two of them. She puts her hands up on his chest. He pushes them down. And then used to stand in between them. His bodyguards hear this. They come in. They break it up. That's how that happens. But the next part of this, remember Josh Drew, and I think Elizabeth Mars was amazing in this one, Moni. After that, he goes and he has to, he always leaves a path of destruction as he's leaving. So he, bashes up things, and you saw Ben's pictures here over as he's going, goes down the hallway, he's splashing the wine, he gets his bodyguards to let him into penthouse 5. That's where Josh and Elizabeth are trying to help with Rocky's bead thing for the next. And storming in, and he says, get your bitch out of here, and he's got the big magnum, and he's mad. And Elizabeth is just terrified. She barely knows Johnny. She's met him 4 times, and she goes ripping out. Josh gets out of there, too. Then what does he do? He rearranges the furniture. Or he might have knocked something off, one of the countertops or something, I think, is the testimony. But you saw the pictures. He went through and trashed that place again as he left. Now, the next part of this is the police coming. Io calls the police. He's in New York. He calls the New York police 911, get there fast enough. He still remembers December 15 because he came in afterwards and saw all of the injuries on Amber and all the evidence. And he's terrified that Amber's having come and that Johnny's going to kill her. So he calls a friend in LA and says, please call 911. We got to get somebody there fast. So she calls 911. So we have 2 calls, and you'll see the call summary shows those 2 calls really close in proximity here. So it's not them, uh-oh, we didn't get the first police officer, so we'll rough up the place and make a second one. You'll see 8 minutes apart up there. But it took 2 hours to dispatch the 2 different ones, and Amber never even had any idea that the second one was coming. The first one's come, and we've talked about pictures. The police officers admitted that those pictures could very much have been what was there that night. Remember, Officer Haddon, it was his first week on the job. Officer Simon at that point, they say, they told Josh that if she will press charges, if she'll give a name, we can file a report and make an arrest. She wouldn't do it. You did hear from detectives of domestic violence. You recall Josh Drew saying that the police officer told him, she'll give a name, we'll make an arrest. He definitely said that. She would not cooperate. She didn't want to. But Detective Sandanaga, their domestic relations or domestic violence person, said they should have the report no matter what, even if they decided there wasn't a crime, because domestic violence has the cycles. They come back. And it's good to have, even if they didn't. And she also said that when they put verbal dispute only in those calls, but in any event, whether the police officers, forgot about it 2 months later when they were first asked about it, whether they just decided she's never going to press charges, and you'll see on the call report there it's any difference. The point is, this is still false. This statement is still false. Josh and Amber and Rocky cleaned up because they have dogs, so they cleaned up a lot of the glass and the wine and those types. She had no idea the second police officer talked to a publicist. She did talk to a lawyer who gave her advice, and that's why she wouldn't tell them, anything. She said, I'm not going to cooperate at all. So the second one's coming. You saw that. You've got the video there. And you see there's no effort by them to try to get now these officers to press charges against Johnny Depp. Just the opposite. Josh Drew doesn't want to even let him in the place. They come through quickly. Everything's fine. Are they trying to press charges against Johnny? No. They're not trying to do anything. They're trying to get him out of there, which makes this statement 100% false. Was it made with malice? There's nobody that thinks that Amber tried to press charges that night. Johnny knew that. But the other thing that's very helpful and what you should look at is Defendants Exhibits 772 and 773. And the next day, Johnny apologizes to Amber. He says in 2 different text messages that 7 apologies in one of them, and my apologies are eternal in the other one. What is he apologizing for? All of those things. And by the way, remember Isaac, apologies are eternal in the other one. What is he apologizing for the next day on May 22nd? All of those things. And by the way, remember Isaac Baruch even remembers the wine in the hallway. None of the police officers remember the wine. And that's because they're busy and they got a zillion other things going, and they months later when they were asked about it. So that's the next one. So clearly that's 100% false. Clearly they knew it. Clearly there's malice in me. They're trying to suggest that she's manufacturing evidence with her friends to try to frame Mr. Depp. Nothing could be further from the truth on that one. And she did not want those police officers. Now let's go to the third one. Oh, and let's talk about the makeup just for a moment while we're going to the third one. This makeup thing, fresh-faced, natural. These were Adam Waldman's when he talked to the ECB people. Remember the testimony here. We kept asking, so did you talk to Mr. Waldman? Did you talk to Mr. Waldman? Mr. Waldman was trying to plant in all of these people's minds.
Objection.
Do you approach?
So I didn't say that any of the witnesses admitted that Adam Walton planted that. I'm saying he planted it. That's me arguing the planting. And that's because she wasn't wearing any makeup. She was natural. She wasn't wearing a stitch of makeup. Every one of them says it. It's the exact same thing. Well, why would you say that? She's an actor. House, you know, without putting makeup on. And if she has bruises, why on earth, when she's been covering them up for 4 years, why on earth would she not put makeup? Why on earth would she not want to cover up those bruises? It makes no sense. But you know what? You guys saw her here. You guys saw it. You saw Amber on the stand. There were days a lot of people think that she's not wearing makeup when she doesn't have mascara and eyeliner on. She has different looks, and some without. And people misunderstand, especially people that aren't that good at makeup, and especially people that aren't that good at makeup, and a lot of men, frankly, go, oh, testimony, and you heard her makeup artist testimony saying she doesn't go out of her room without concealer and foundation. She knows how to put these things in. And you saw Defendant's Exhibit 155 and your thing in there. That's the type of palette she used. And she was very adept at telling you what colors she puts on for the different days. Cover up anybody knowing anything about this abuse. Do you honestly think she's just going to walk about this abuse? Do you honestly think she's just going to walk around for the week with her bruises exposed? Of course she's not. Now, let's go to the third one. And this is the abuse hoax. He says, we've reached the beginning of the end of Ms. Heard's abuse against Johnny Depp. Now, obviously the defamatory meaning of that is that Amber's creating an abuse hoax. But there is no abuse hoax. I don't need to tell you all did a beautiful job of just taking you through all of those different things, but I will point out a couple things for you. And that is, remember Bonnie Jacobs, the therapist. Dr. Hughes edified about Bonnie Jacobs' notes. And remember that I was holding that, you don't get to see them, but they testified that they went through them. Dr. Hughes testified that she also spoke with Bonnie Jacobs. Tiniest notes from 2011 when she first started seeing Amber. And the abuse is documented in those notes, is what Dr. Hughes testified to. They start in 2012.
Objection, Your Honor.
That Dr. Hughes testified to that. So Dr. Hughes specifically characterized Bonnie Jacobs' notes as reflecting both contemporaneous physical abuse throughout that time period. Dr. Spiegel confirmed that later and said the same. When I asked Dr. Curry if she had reviewed those notes, she said yes, but she had no comment. And she
Your Honor,
confirmed that he had reviewed Bonnie Jacobs' notes as well. And when I asked Dr. Curry, she said she had reviewed them, but she had no comment that those were in there. Amber Heard testified that she went back, and because of Bonnie Jacobs' notes, she realized for the first time that the abuse started much earlier than she realized before. She always had thought that it had started in 2013. When she went back and saw Bonnie Jacobs' notes, she realized that it had started much earlier, and she was very embarrassed. Significantly, you remember that she testified about how she was first called upon to actually detail all of her events of abuse in February of this year. And she took photos, she took everything she had, calendars, everything, put it all together, and you heard about at least 64 pages of detailed accountability. Mr. Depp's team has been able to not refute any of that. Remember, they tried to impeach her and say, well, you didn't say that. She said, yes, I did, on page 64. Remember that? It was a very, very difficult lot of it, and she put it in great detail. Now, let's talk for a moment about the motive. They have said has created this whole hoax, and I think Ben's done a nice job of showing how that can't possibly have been. But what would Amber Heard's motive be for creating a hoax or creating any here? They call her a gold digger, right? But she obviously couldn't have done it for the money. She said that California is a no-fault state and community property. So irreconcilable differences for abandonment, for an abuse. She could have irreconcilable differences for abandonment, for adultery, for anything. She doesn't need an excuse, and she gets 50% of whatever he earns during the time of the marriage, or a postnup. The testimony from Michelle Mulrooney was that Amber completely cooperated with the prenup. So she's entitled to 50% of everything he earns during that time. Now we have Plaintiff's Exhibit 936 in evidence, and look at page 69. How much he made in 2015? It was $43 million. Remember Mr. Spindler, Depp's expert, who said that he made $22 million in 2016. So you got $65 million. Amber was entitled to 31.5 at least. That doesn't include all the back ends from, for example, Pirates 5. She was entitled to that money. So she didn't need to say anything. She can't you anymore. I don't like the color of your hair. I'm going to divorce you.
Your Honor, we're going to object again.
So if you do the math, Amber is entitled to at least 31.5. What does she take? What does she do with the $7 million? She gives it to charity, or she intends to give it to charity. Now, they make much ado about the pledge versus donation, but both the corporate designees for ACLU said donation and pledge are interchangeable these are pledges. The ACLU corporate designee said, you typically do pledges because of the tax benefits, and that's what she said. She pledged it over time because of the tax implications to it and because she was getting paid over the time. Now she started, Mr. White actually sent the letters with the $100,000 for each of those. That was the initial ones. He was trying to take credit for those, and in fact, both the ACLU and Children's Hospital got confused, Depp not to Amber for those. Then she made payments to both, and Elon Musk also made payments to both for $500,000 each, which she didn't count to her pledge, but they helped those organizations. At the end of the day, she's made $1 million in pledge, intends to pay those pledges, honor those pledges, and she said that throughout, and I elicited from both the ACLU and from Children's Hospital, they haven't expired, she can pay them whenever she wants to, and she fully logical abuse to me. Mandel testified that Johnny Depp is not, but Mr. Mandel would have been the one writing the checks, and he says that didn't happen. Now let's go to damages, because I promised you I was going to go pretty fast here. There's a few very difficult to prove these, and so these damages to business reputation is a testimony from Mr. Hamada at Warner Brothers. He didn't want to have to get in the middle of all of this with Aquaman 2. They haven't even released it. So he didn't read anything in preparation for his deposition before his deposition. He said that he tried to do technicals and say, no, we never terminated her contract, but oh yeah, we did tell her we were probably not going to renew her option. And then we didn't change the script, and yes, they did change it to any of these things. But what came out in Hamada's deposition, and I hope you were listening carefully to this, was the email from James Wan, the director, and Jason Momoa, her co-star. Guarantee if they are in the film, she is going to be Mara in the film. Why would they do that unless they thought Warner Brothers was being unfair to her? And why did she get almost knocked out of it? Because statements. When they came out, they took on a life of their own. Ron Schnell, the young Sheldon, I call him the Doogie Howser, our expert on IT, took you through and tracked how the language from the defamatory statements, how that went through the social media and the negative social media. And it kept going and kept going. And he tracked all the way until a few months ago, over 6 million negative tweets, negative Instagrams, negative social media's comments about Amber that relate specifically to the information that was in those 3 defamatory. On a life of its own. They started to get Amber fired from Aquaman 2. They have continued to this day. They have followed her everywhere. Everybody has stopped wanting her. L'Oreal, no, they've kept her on from that time. She lost 3 different opportunities that were being discussed with her. The most significant part of that, though, is that Aquaman was the biggest blockbuster ever for DC. The biggest. It was over $1 billion. This was her opportunity for her star. Even the experts from Mr. Depp admitted this was her blockbuster. This was what happened instead. As she's going through, as it's coming out, and in that 16 months they were going, well, nothing happened. Yeah, lots happened. She had 3 different films she was discussing. She got the L'Oreal contract, and all of those things were happening because of Aquaman. And then everything shut down. She wasn't allowed to do publicity for The Stand. She wasn't allowed to, she hasn't been allowed to do anything. She got shut down from her charitable organizations. She ended up not getting the Amazon movie. And then they gave her a hard time about Aquaman 2. And instead of the career trajectory of the other compare way up, and by the way, all the experts admit that that career trajectory went well for all the rest of them, and she's the only one that didn't have it. And the reason is because of the defamatory statement. Very good information to help you on ascertaining those damages. Now, Jessica Kovacevic, and I don't know if you remember her, but she was her agent. She said, everybody just, the producers don't want her, the directors don't want her, nobody wants her. We just can't get the traction, and we should have been able to get the traction, and they say it's because of those statements. So Catherine Arnold, some good estimates on this, and she gave you a very good basis for it. And she didn't use Jason Momoa's or Gal Gadot's or the others. She used Amber's, but used those that they got commercial opportunities, that they got these TV opportunities. But she used the base that Amber had. So she used the $4 million from the Aquaman, that would be 3. She used they got paid per movie. And what she estimated on those, and she went through those details, is that if you took that for the last 2 years and projected into the next 3 to 4, that it's between 47 and she could have had. instead of her star being completely extinguished. And that's what's happened to her. The emotional distress damages are testified extensively about the PTSD and what she goes through. And every time she's called a liar, every time these hoax things come up, everything, it causes her to relive all of it. She talks about the panic attack, intrusive thoughts, the nightmares, all of the sweats, the anxiety that goes through all of this. It's significant, but probably the most compelling testimony that you could ever hear was and when she took the stand before. It has destroyed her life. This has consumed her. She's getting death threats. Her daughter, they're threatening to put her daughter in a microwave for get away from this. It's everywhere. This media, the social media that has just taken off, has just consumed her life. As she said, I'm a human being. No human being this. Now, Johnny Depp sued for $100 million or for $50 million, and we sent a message back saying, fine, then we're going to sue for $100 million. Because look at what you've done to her. And we sent a message back saying, fine, then we're going to sue for $100 million because look at asking you to give $100 million. We're asking you to just look at the damages in this case and just be fair and reasonable in whatever you determine by following fully and fairly compensate Amber for everything that she's been through, both in terms of reputation and emotional distress. The very in this case, we've asked for $350,000 for the punitive damages, and we would ask that you award that. Ask that you award that. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm going to do, we still have rebuttal closing arguments, but I can guarantee you that the rebuttal closing arguments will be done. But what I want to do is go ahead and let you have your lunch. And then after lunch, we'll come back in the courtroom, have the rebuttal closing arguments, and then we'll submit the case to you, okay? All right. Do not discuss the case with each other and do not do any outside research, okay? So let's come back at 2:10, and just for the record, plaintiffs have 39 minutes left for rebuttal. Okay. I didn't take any time off from the sidebars. 0 off from the sidebars. It's all from. ready for the jury? All right. All right, rebuttal arguments.
Hello? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Heard's counsel has mischaracterized the record multiple times, and Ms. Heard lied to you. Mischaracterized the testimony of police officers Sines and Haddon, who explicitly testified that they saw no signs of injury and no property damage. The testimony of Walter Hamada, who testified clearly that there was no impact on Ms. Heard's career at Aquaman 2 from anything said by Adam Waldman or Johnny Depp. And Ms. Heard's casting was delayed because of creative issues. They've mischaracterized the testimony of Detective Sadaga. They mischaracterized the testimony of Ronald Shell. You've been here. You've listened to the testimony. You know the record. Ms. Heard lied, and she lied again, and she kept lying. She lied on May 27, 2016, when she walked to court in Los Angeles to publicly accuse Mr. Depp of abuse for the first time. She lied again when she told the world over and over all of the $7 million divorce settlement to charity. You heard the evidence about what she donated, and you watched her. You watched her try to save her lie about that promise with more lies on this stand in this courtroom. She lied again when she told the world in her op-ed on December 18, 2018, that she was a public figure representing domestic, painting herself as a representative of abuse survivors everywhere, and painting Mr. Depp as a representative of perpetrators. She can't back down. She's lied too many times to too many people. So when Mr. Depp finally decided to fight, to clear his name by filing this lawsuit, responded by making up more and more stories of more and more extreme abuse. She came up with a new accusation that Mr. Depp had raped her with a bottle in Australia. Claims up even now. At this trial, for the very first time, she claimed that she had been sexually assaulted the night of her 30th birthday, even though she had testified repeatedly about her prior and never mentioned it. And at this trial, she also claimed for the very first time that Mr. Depp was hitting her all the time during the first year of their relationship, even though this first year testified previously was magic and bliss with absolutely no violence. Her story is a constantly moving target. It never. Mr. Depp owns his mistake. He owns all of them. You saw him do it on the stand in a raw and powerful way. But in this trial, lies and the damage she has caused, and she cannot take any responsibility for what she has done. And you've seen the story, her story, it doesn't hold up. Performance on this stand. You saw her get caught in lie after lie. The time has come for those lies to come to an end. The time has come for you, the juror of truth. I started this trial giving you an opening statement, and I said to you that words matter. And this case is about, she published in an op-ed about Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard and her attorneys have talked a lot about this, in this trial about the First Amendment. They've talked about the importance of free speech, and we agree. I'm a lawyer with that. But the First Amendment doesn't protect lies that hurt and defame, that Mr. Depp physically or sexually assaulted her. when that isn't true. That's not protected speech. And it is a core value of American society. Mr. Depp physically or sexually assaulted her, when that isn't true. That's not protected speech. Our U.S. Constitution doesn't protect that speech. The value of American society that you are innocent until proven guilty. There is a presumption of innocence in this country. A person's life cannot be destroyed by a baseless charge and no opportunity to defend yourself. That's why Mr. Depp had to bring this claim. Ms. Heard was never going to stop calling him an abuser. The aim was to stand up in this court where both sides are bound by the same rules of American law. A jury would be tasked, you, ladies and gentlemen, would be tasked with deciding for all Ms. Heard's lies could be exposed in a fair and impartial process. When Mr. Depp sued her, Ms. Heard apparently decided she needed, and because there were no statements made by Mr. Depp on which she could base a claim, she sued him based on statements made by one of his lawyers, Adam Waldman, calling Ms. Heard's accusation a hoax. Make no mistake though, they are a hoax. Ms. Heard made up claims of abuse, and then she gave a performance where she passionately repeated those made-up claims in front of each of you. But ask yourselves, who's really the one alleging a hoax here? Who wants you to believe that everyone else is lying, committing perjury? Ms. Heard needs you to believe that all the people who showed up in this courtroom to testify on behalf of Mr. Depp, they're all lying. She needs you to believe that the witnesses you heard from, including former cops, medical professionals, and police officers, they're all lying, covering up for Mr. Depp. She's asking you to believe that the rest of the people in Mr. Depp's life are all part of a conspiracy of silence. This case is not just about whether you believe Mr. Depp or you believe Ms. Heard. This case is about Ms. Heard or whether you believe Mr. Depp, Chrissy Dombrowski, who, yes, is here, supporting her brother. Isaac Baruch, who wept in front of the world. Wyatt, who doesn't work for Mr. Depp. Sean Betts, a former LA Sheriff's Department. Malcolm Connolly. Starling Jenkins, a former U.S. Marine. Travis McGivern, also another former police officer. Ben King, he worked with David Kipper. Ms. Heard's doctor. And yes, Mr. Depp's doctor. Ms. Heard's doctor. And yes, Mr. Depp's doctor. Debbie Lloyd, a nurse. Aaron Filati, Ms. Heard's personal nurse. Training in domestic violence. Officer Haddon, her understudy, to pick up on these. Officer Gatlin. Brandon Patterson, who worked at Eastern Columbia Building. Kate James, Ms. Heard's former personal assistant. Tara Roberts. He took his deposition from his car because he had to go to work, but it didn't stop him from telling the truth. Edward White, Mr. Depp's business manager, one of the most famous divorce lawyers in California. Morgan Knight, Beverly Leonard, Morgan Tremaine, and Kate Mull, and all the other witnesses whose stories support Mr. Depp's description of what took place. These people have nothing to gain by coming forward. You have seen Mr. Waldman's statements and evidence in this case. When you look at them, you can tell that the key point Mr. Waldman was making in each of these statements, that Ms. Heard's accusations against Mr. Depp were lies. That's why he talks about an abuse hoax. Now, Ms. Heard has the burden of proof of proving that Mr. Waldman's statements are false. It means that Ms. Heard has to do more than prove that Mr. Waldman got some details wrong. She has to prove that Mr. Waldman's statements are false in their essential meaning, that her abuse claims are not a hoax. But as we've seen, the evidence is overwhelming that Ms. Heard's claims of abuse are false. We should also spend a bit of time on malice. It is Ms. Heard's burden to prove that Mr. Waldman's statements were made with actual malice. And actual malice means knowledge that the statements were reckless, and that's an important word, reckless disregard for the truth. But here, There's genuinely believed that Ms. Heard had committed a hoax. You watched him give the testimony by deposition in this case. He testified about the evidence the numerous witnesses and the sworn depositions of the police officers who went to the penthouses that night and again saw no injuries. There is no evidence in this moment that Mr. Waldman acted with actual malice. He believed Mr. Depp. He believed the Waldman statements were not made by Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard needs to prove that It's also important to understand Waldman's statements were not made by Mr. Depp. Ms. Heard needs to prove that Mr. Waldman was acting as Mr. Depp's agent. And within the scope of that agency, within this appointment, when he made the statements, Mr. Waldman is a lawyer. Ms. Heard has not presented evidence that making those statements was part of Mr. Waldman's response to Mr. Depp's lawyer. There's nothing in the record. Ms. Heard is also claiming to be suffering from PTSD and claims that she has something to do with Mr. Waldman's. Ms. Heard wants you to believe that she suffers from PTSD because Mr. Depp purportedly abused her. But as usual, Ms. Heard is not telling the truth. As you heard from Dr. Shannon Curry, PTSD, and she does not act like a person with PTSD. Ms. Heard is an actress in a major film, involved in sommelier training. She just had a baby. Ms. Heard attempted to grossly exaggerate her symptoms during testing, which is a sign of malingering, or said differently, of Ms. Heard lying. Ms. John Hughes to help her with this narrative. Dr. Hughes did not catch Ms. Heard's exaggeration during testing because Dr. Hughes used an improper malingering screen test. She wasn't going to find it. It is meant to identify an examinee's attempt to fake a severe mental illness or psychosis, not PTSD. Dr. Hughes diagnosed Ms. Heard with PTSD, gold standard diagnostic test used for PTSD. She diagnosed her, think about that, she diagnosed her with PTSD before administering the test she admitted was the gold. 2 years after diagnosing Ms. Heard with PTSD, and curiously, shortly after Dr. Curry administered the gold standard diagnostic test in her, but before it was disclosed, Dr. Hughes decided to administer the gold standard. Finally, nevertheless, even after Dr. Hughes used the proper test in her administration of that test, you saw them, including her failure to even follow the instructions that render her diagnoses unreliable. Ms. Heard's claim for monetary damages related to Mr. Waldman's statements, frankly, it's a fantasy. Mr. Waldman's statements. But in reality, Ms. Heard has not shown any damage at all that was because of statements. There is an evidence mountain of negative press coverage about Ms. Heard, including press reports about her defecating in Mr. Depp's bed, cutting off his finger, and putting out a cigarette on his face. But none of that has anything to do with Waldman's statements. And Ms. Heard has presented no evidence, none, of any film or other project that she has lost. In fact, you heard from Warner Brothers president, Walter Hamada, who explained that Ms. Heard suffered no loss, none. No loss of compensation or other effect on her major film, Aquaman 2. You heard it straight from him. Ms. Heard's expert, Catherine Arnold, testified, but for the statement, Heard would be a much more successful in her career. To form this opinion, Ms. Arnold compares Ms. Heard to actors such as Jason Momoa, the actual Aquaman, Gal Gadot, and Zendaya. But as Richard Marx, who does deals every day, that's his job, not testifying here for a paycheck, does in Hollywood, and Doug Banya both testified that these actors are simply not comparable to Ms. Heard. After all, Jason Momoa, he was Aquaman. Chris Pine, Gal Gadot, Wonder Woman. Zendaya, she's been acting since she was 13 years old on the Disney Channel, and she's in every single Spider-Man movie. Further, the Q scores of these actors are not at all comparable with Ms. Heard's Q scores. As Mr. Banya testified, Ms. Heard's rating was less compared to these actors. Q-scores ratings were less favorable than the average of all performers. As you heard from Michael Spindler, because Ms. Arnold relies on the salaries of these comparable actors, Ms. Heard's claim for damages makes no sense. There's no connection. Further, and more fatally for Ms. Heard's damages claim, is that there's no connection to Mr. Waldman's statements. Even if you find that all the negative tweets that Ms. Heard has entered into evidence have a flawed methodology that included picking out hashtags at random, including justice for Johnny Depp. What does that have to do with the Waldman statements? And counting tweets, even though it had nothing to do with Mr. Waldman. Ms. Heard's counterclaim is based on statements by Mr. Waldman. Damages from those statements, buried at the bottom of articles in a mere tabloid, the Daily Mail. And the statements are substantially true, since all they do. Ms. Heard's counsel spoke up against sexual violence, point out that Ms. Heard's abuse allegations are false. Ms. Heard's counsel argued that Ms. Heard did not write the title of the online version of the op-ed, which spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. It does not matter whether or not Ms. Heard wrote the title. You will recall from the court's instruction that what matters is whether Ms. Heard republished the defamatory language. That instruction states in part that you should find Ms. Heard republished this article. She transmitted the defamatory material with the goal of achieving a new audience. Stated differently, republication occurs when the speaker has affirmatively, that's important, iterated the statement. Ms. Heard affirmatively reiterated the statement. This is the tweet Ms. Heard sent. She retweeted the Washington Post tweet to a new audience, Twitter followers. And she affirmatively reiterated the statement by proudly declaring, "Today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post." She didn't title. She said proudly, "Today I published this op-ed in the Washington Post." The title of the op-ed was prominently displayed in the tweet. You, members of the jury, to find that Ms. Heard republished the title of the op-ed and adopted the statement as her own. She can and should be held liable and responsible. Statement. Ms. Heard tries to make something out of the fact that Mr. Waldman reported her to law enforcement in Los Angeles for perjury after her allegations of abuse were made. But I'll submit to you that all this proves is that Mr. Waldman believes Ms. Heard has committed perjury. That the lack of supporting evidence for Ms. Heard's allegations of horrendous, constant abuse is somehow not something to be considered. That it is shameful for you to consider the fact that she didn't die terrible injuries that she claims to have suffered. That is a twisted argument. First, you know, because you have seen and listened to Ms. Heard in action, that Ms. Heard is doing things throughout their relationship. And it is instructive that the things she chose to document had nothing to do with violence. She documented Mr. Depp's sleep, documented lines of cocaine featuring prominently Mr. Depp's loan-out company, or that's what she documented. Mr. Rottenborn's entire argument assumes that Mr. Depp, a man, should be disbelieved actual evidence. Well, we have put to that's what she documented. Mr. Rottenborn's entire argument assumes that Mr. Depp, a man, should be disbelieved because despite the fact that Ms. Heard can't support her accusation. What we have put to you, the jury, is not that because Ms. Heard didn't take enough pictures or tell people about abuse that it didn't happen. What we have put to you, and constant the abuse Ms. Heard claims, she would have had serious injuries. That's a fact. She would have had serious injuries that would have been observable, looked at, and by the witnesses we heard from, and would have required medical attention. That's it. Ms. Heard testifies to injuries that multiple people didn't see. What you have in the end is Ms. Heard's word. Do you trust it? We are not here because Ms. Heard told the world Mr. Depp was verbal. This is not about the words used by Mr. Depp. We are here because Ms. Heard told the world that Mr. Depp was physically and sexually abusive. That's what Ms. said. On May 27th, exactly 6 years ago today, 2016, Ms. Heard walked into court with a mark on her face to tell the world that her husband was abusive. She renewed that falsehood in her op-ed, describing herself as a public figure representing domestic abuse. And she published the op-ed, including the title, claiming that she spoke up against sex. Everyone knew who she was talking about when she used those words. She was alleging physical and sexual abuse, emotional or psychological abuse. She was alleging physical and sexual abuse. Ms. Heard cannot run away from her own allegations. You have all heard the evidence of what she alleged against Mr. Depp in 2016, and you have all heard her incredibly dramatic, over-the-top story of physical and sexual abuse. It was a defamatory lie. Ms. Heard tried to argue that you only need to find that Mr. Depp might have touched Ms. Heard once in order to find her favor, because that makes her. But common sense should tell you that you can't pick and choose Ms. Heard's allegations. You saw her on the stand, telling you story after story of abuse. And brutal, horrific, if true. You either believe all of it, horrific, if true. You either believe all of it, or you believe none of it. Either she's telling the truth, including in her most extreme, or she's lying. Either she was raped by a bottle, or she's the sort of person who would get on the stand in this courtroom and lie to you and wait. And if she would lie about that, what wouldn't she lie about? You can't find that Mr. Depp hit her once, either times, or you can't believe a single word that comes out of her mouth. And what is the actual meaning of Ms. Heard's op-ed? It's not that Mr. Depp said a nasty word to her once. It's not that Mr. Depp might have hit her once. It's that she is a representative of domestic abuse. Mr. Depp is a representative of abuse perpetrators. Words matter. Ms. Heard has shown you a lot of text, very vivid language. As I told you at the start of this trial, Mr. Depp has a unique style of writing. He uses words I don't use, probably don't use either. But as you also heard during this trial, Mr. Depp writes in that way, in part because he modeled his writings on literary giants like Hunt, and he's got a dark sense of humor. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but it's who he is. And Mr. Depp owns text messages. He acknowledges that he said those things he shouldn't have. But using bad language and colorful humor does not mean that you are a violent abuser. And ironically, as much as Ms. Heard is trying to use, it is Ms. Heard who repeatedly admitted to violence. In her own words, you've heard the tapes. You've heard her admit to violence. Ms. Heard with text messages showing that Mr. Depp uses bad language and has a dark sense of humor. But none of that, I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, none of that is evidence of abuse. Evidence of abuse. Mr. Depp only has to show that it is more likely than not, that the statements in the op-ed are false, that it is more likely than not that they have implication, that it is more likely than not that Ms. Heard designed and intended the statements to refer to Mr. Depp. And the evidence on this is clear. Ms. Heard made these allegations 6 years ago today, May 27th, 2016. She went out of her way to make them public. When she published the op-ed, she was reminding everyone in Hollywood and the world of her abuse claims. And those claims are a lie. Consider what the truth. Mr. Ronborn said it was to promote legislative reforms. But what was it actually? The evidence shows it was to promote Ms. Heard. It was time to be released as Aquaman on December 21st, 2018. And it was time to coincide with her announcement of her ambassadorship at the ACLU for women's rights. It was designed that way. That was not a statement about legislative reforms. This was about burnishing Ms. Heard's reputation at the expense. It was about Ms. Heard continuing to portray herself as a heroic survivor of abuse. And on the question of actual malice, that just means whether or not Ms. Heard's allegations were false. Ms. Heard knows perfectly well that she wasn't abused. She has direct knowledge of that. She was in that relationship. So Alice is easily established. You may have noticed that no one showed up for Ms. Heard in this courtroom other than her sister. Every other witness who traveled to the expert. This is a woman who burns bridges. Her close friends don't show up for her. Mr. Rottenborn tried to discredit Mr. Depp's witnesses by suggesting, so he doubled down on the hoax theory, that everyone's just lying. First of all, it's not even true Keenan Wyatt is on his payroll. Ben King isn't on his payroll. Officer Melissa Sines isn't on his payroll. Morgan Tremaine isn't on his payroll. Officer Tyler Haddon, he's not on his payroll. Beverly Leonard, Alro, Brandon Patterson, Morgan Knight, none of those people are on his payroll. And Kate Moss. Ms. Heard wants you to believe that all these people are lying. It's in plain. Ms. Heard wants you to believe that the recording you heard is in plain flight. But that's quite telling. What did Ms. Heard capture of this supposed rampage? Mr. Depp moaning in distress? What sort of person records something like that? What sort of person takes pictures of their husband or boyfriend or fiance who's struggling with nodding off with ice cream dripping down his leg, his hand in his pocket, or asleep on the ground? What does that? Definitely not someone that's afraid of him. And Ms. Heard's attorney told a story of May 21 that was completely consistent with the testimonies of Officers Sines and Haddon, who testified clearly that they saw no signs of injury, no sign of property damage. About how Officer Sadanaga's testimony was also wrong. She testified that the report was only required in case of a crime. Heard's attorneys tried to tell you that Mr. Depp apologized on May 22nd because he had hit Ms. Heard. Mr. Depp didn't apologize to Ms. Heard on May 22nd for hitting. He apologized because he was leaving Ms. Heard. And this was a woman that, in spite of all her violence and all her rage, Mr. Depp, he loved her for years. Of course he apologized when he finally broke it off. Ms. Bredehoff also tried to tell you that Ms. Heard did everything in her power to keep the authorities away, not get Mr. Depp in trouble on May 21st, 2016. Take a minute and think back to what Ms. Heard did 6 days later, 6 years ago today. She walked into court, not wearing makeup that day. She tipped off TMZ, she made it public, and she showed up on the cover of People magazine with a mark on her face. Or was she trying to destroy him? Mr. Rottenborn asked you to consider why you're here. So why are you here? You lie. And that was a lie that Ms. Heard repeated in the op-ed. At the start of this trial, we told you that this trial is about the evidence. The evidence Overd is an abuser and that she is a liar. She lied about Mr. Depp and took on the role of a lifetime. What is her best evidence of that abuse? A video of cabinets around and text messages of Mr. Depp, dark, ugly humor, but never once admitting to abuse. Pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping. That's her best evidence. Ms. Heard held herself out to the world as a representative of abuse survivors everywhere, the face of the Me Too movement. This is not a Me Too situation. There are no Me Toos, just not me's. Ms. Heard does not deserve to be known as a representative of survivors of abuse, and Mr. to be known as a representative of perpetrators of abuse. That is what this case is about. It's not about money. It's about giving Mr. Depp his life back 6 years ago when she took. While you deliberate, ask yourselves why Mr. Depp would put himself through this. Expose every embarrassing detail on national television. If he was guilty of anything that Ms. Heard accuses him of. We ask you, we implore you, to render a verdict. We ask you to set the record straight, that he is not the abuser she described, and that she is not the heroic survivor she portrayed. And we ask you to tell Ms. Heard that what she... Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Right, thank you, ma'am. Rebuttal closing.
How about that?
Yes.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's interesting that in both their opening and their rebuttal closing that you heard Mr. Depp's attorneys, none of Ms. Heard's witnesses. They listed their own, who didn't see, who are on his payroll, weren't there behind closed doors with him, but they didn't address any of the witnesses. Rocky there on May 21st, Melanie Iglesias, who covered Ms. Heard's bruises. They say that no people aren't friends anymore. If they're not friends anymore, then why would they be doing what they would suggest are lying for her? Why? It's this simple, everything that she says. It's this simple. If you believe that Depp was abusive to Amber one time ever, in any of the various forms of abuse, not only physical, verbal, psychological, sexual, any of the ways of abuse, then your job is very easy. And you can not only deny Mr. Depp's claim, but you can fine for Amber on her counterclaim. And it's interesting that Ms. Theory, after 6 weeks, she said, oh, well, domestic abuse just means physical abuse. It's not what Mr. Depp said. It's not what Dr. Curry said. It's not what you know to be true. You know that the evidence that you've seen constitutes all sorts of abuse. And there's a reason that they're running as fast as they can from those sorts of abuse, that he did it. Now, the suggestion that Amber's abuse allegations are a hoax is vicious and vile. Mr. Depp can say whatever he wants now, but he can't change the evidence that you've seen at the trial. It shows that Ms. Heard did not commit abuse hoaxes. Not about sexual violence, not about May 21st, 2016, and certainly not about Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman's catch-all argument that Ms. Heard's abuse hoax, which suggests that every one of her allegations are false. But that's coming to an end. The evidence shows she did not commit any of those hoaxes. It shows that she was abused exactly how not only she, but her witnesses supporting her claims say that she was. And their witnesses, even, who claim that Mr. Depp... Ms. Vasquez talked about actual malice. She says because Mr. Waldman was acting as Mr. Depp's agent, you have to look at Mr. Waldman. They're standing in the shoes of one another. Depp's agent, Mr. Depp's malice is Mr. Waldman's malice. Mr. Depp's malice is Mr. Waldman's malice. He acted without evidence. Now, after years and years of Mr. Depp controlling the roles that Ms. Heard took, Ms. Heard had the biggest hit of her career 3 months before she was sued. She had withstood an attempt to have her fired from Aquaman and his own jealousy as his career went down the drain before her op-ed for reasons having nothing to do with Ms. Heard. But once the lawsuit against Ms. his campaign that he promised to destroy her entered a new phase. And then it reached a crescendo when Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman decided to meet with the Daily Mail together statements that were defamatory of Ms. Heard in 2020, leading up to the UK trial. Impact to Amber's career. She can't, and her agent, Jessica Kovacevic's career. She can't get hired because of the negative treatment she gets. Studios like her, co-stars like her, she tests well, but she can't get opportunity, the negativity associated with Mr. Depp and Mr. Waldman. You heard Amber Heard on the stand yesterday telling you exactly what experienced as a result of Mr. Depp's promise to bring her global humiliation. That promise, to paraphrase Catherine Arnold, expert, that promise was a spark. And that promise he kept because he had told her again and again, the only way out of this is death. And when she chose a different path to make that promise, he decided to throw that spark. And when Mr. Waldman became involved, that spark became a forest fire. That forest fire has continued to this day. We ask, ladies and gentlemen, that you hold Mr. Depp accountable for his actions. Stand up for victims of domestic abuse everywhere who suffer in silence. Stand up for the freedom to speak about your life that the First Amendment protects. Give Amber Heard her voice back. Give Amber Heard her life. Thank you so much for your service on this jury.
Thank you, Mr. Rottenborn. Members of the jury, this is an important case to both the plaintiff and the defendant. In order to reach a verdict, each of you must, in other words, your verdict must be unanimous. The first thing you should do when you go back to the jury room is to select a presiding juror. The role of the presiding juror is to see to it that the deliberations are conducted in an orderly, that they are conducted only in the jury room when all the members of the jury are present, and that each juror has the opportunity to fully and fairly express his or her views. It is rarely helpful for jurors upon first vote or for any juror to make an emphatic expression of his or her opinion in the case or to announce a determination to stand for a certain verdict. To do so before all jurors have had an opportunity to consult with one another and opinions might allow your sense of pride to prevent position, even when shown that such position is unsound. You can be done without offending your individual judgment. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but only offending your individual judgment. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of deliberation, a juror should not hesitate and change his or her opinion if convinced it is an error. However, none of you should surrender your honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors of returning a verdict. In the jury room, you will have the exhibits into evidence. You will also have the instructions of law that I just read to you, and that laptop will have entered into evidence. You will also have the instructions of law that I just read to you, and you will have the verdict forms. You'll also have just two files on it, and Deputy Lusa will set it up for you in the jury room. One is the plaintiff's files for audio and video files, and one's the defendant's files for audio and video files, and you'll be able to, as well, the ones that were submitted into evidence. During your deliberations until you are discharged from jury service, you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone who is not a member of this jury by any means. You may not use any electronic device or media to conduct any independent research about this case, the legal or factual issues in the case, and the individuals or attorneys involved in the case. You are not permitted to consult dictionaries, search the internet, visit websites or blogs, or use any other tools to obtain information about this case or to help you decide the case. Do not try to find out information from any source outside of the testimony and the exhibits received as. You will also have, I know the attorneys discussed briefly about the verdict forms. You'll have two sets of verdict forms, one for Mr. Depp's case and one for Ms. Heard's case, okay? Now, when the first 3 pages of both verdict forms have each of the statements separately, okay? So when you're going through it, you're going to look at each statement separately and answer the questions that are on the page. Now, if you decide yes for every question for a statement, then that's when you go to the last page of the verdict form, which is, for example, if you find yes for all of statement 1, then you could go to 4 and 5 for damages. If you find yes for all of statement 1 and statement 2, if you say yes for statement 1, statement 2, and statement 3, you obviously go to 4 and 5 for damages. If you answer no on any of the pages for any of the statements, you don't go to 4 and 5, okay? And then when you do come to a verdict, make sure the foreperson signs it and dates it, and then just let the deputy know about that, okay? All right, now, for the tough part, this case, I told you we would randomly select 4 people to be the alternates, okay? We still have 2 alternates left. And the numbers were placed in an envelope from the very beginning. Let me just say before I release the alternates that I know that this trial has been a huge sacrifice for all of you. And I have taken, and you've taken away from your life for weeks. I speak for all of us associated with the case, and I want to thank you for your service in this matter. I know how hard it is to come this far and then not get a chance to deliberate, but that does not lessen the respect and admiration that we have for you. Not deliberate, but you are still under order of this court, not to do any outside research in this. You are still under order of this court, not to do any outside research in this case or to talk to anyone about this case. That's because if something happens to a juror, I will call you back for service, and you will join the deliberations, and they'll start again, and you'll be part of the jury. So you are under these restrictions and your oath until a verdict is reached. We will contact you once this has occurred, okay? But again, thank you for your service, all right? So in this matter, the alternate jurors are juror number 3 and 14, all right? At this time, and also the remaining jurors can retire now to the jury room to begin their deliberations, okay? So thank you all, okay? So it'll always be for example, if I get the verdict at 10:20 in the morning, it wouldn't be read until noon. So it's always going to be at the top of the hour, at least 60 minutes later, if that makes sense. That gives you time. I would ask that at least one attorney has any questions. I'd appreciate that. Okay. And I know some of the attorneys are going to be leaving, so I just wanted to thank all of you for your professionalism and your hard work during this case. It's much easier to have excellent trial attorneys in front of you. It does make it easier. And I also want to thank the attorneys and litigants for the kindness and the great demeanor you've shown to my staff and to the courthouse staff and to the department. I really appreciate it. It means a great deal to me, okay? And I also appreciate Judy because she's a rock star, okay? So, yes, thank you. Well, that's a first, okay.
That is one thing on which, Ms. Prederhoft, we respectfully agree. Completely agree. Completely agree.
Well, good. I'm glad.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're very grateful. Thank you.
You want to approach, or?
Depp.